2021. First of all, I will do a roll call on to members of the committee. Councillor Banga.
I'm present, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Councillor Katarina.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Henderson.
I'm here.
And Mayor Iveson. I don't see him at this time.
Hello. Morning.
Good morning. Welcome. And we also are often joined by other members of council. Is anyone else present? I don't see you on the screen yet.
Morning, Val.
Councillor Walters, good morning.
Mike morning,
Councillor McKean and Councillor Knack. Welcome.
I'm also here, Bev.
And Councillor Neckel.
And good morning from Councillor Paquette.
Good morning. Well, thank you all for joining us. This will be a very full day for everyone involved. At this point, we have 36 speakers registered, just so you know. And we've called the meeting to order. We've done roll call, and I need a motion on the adoption of the agenda.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. There's just the one item. Any changes, comments? Seeing none, please vote. Do we have all the votes?
We're just waiting for the mayor's vote.
Mayor Iveson on the agenda. Yes.
And yes,
Yes,
all
thumbs
the votes
up.
are in, Madam Chair.
All right. Please display the vote. And that is carried. Thank you. And Councillor Banga, could you move the minutes?
Definitely, Madam Chair. I moved February 2nd, 2021 Urban Planning Committee minutes.
Thank you. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote on the minutes.
And we're just waiting for the mayor's vote.
And Mayor Iveson, he's got thumbs up here.
And
all right.
All the votes are in.
Display the votes. And they as well are carried. We do not have any protocol items today. Selection of items for debate. There's only the one, so I'm going to deem that selected. But we do have a number of requests to speak.
I'll move those if you'd like.
Yes, please. Please go ahead.
Jeffrey Hansen Carlson from Prairie Sky Gondola, Andrea Wheaton from Prairie Sky Gondola, Nassim Bashir from Prairie Sky Gondola, John Huizing, apologize if I get that one wrong, Prairie Sky Gondola to answer questions only, Krista Wright to answer questions only, Bob Black from Prairie Sky Gondola to answer questions only, George Joshi to answer questions only, Lynn Maston to answer questions only, Jeff DiBattista, Chris Labossiere from Prairie Sky Gondola, Claire McDonald, Prairie Sky Gondola Public and Indigenous Engagement Committee, Maggie Davison, Prairie Sky Gondola to answer questions only, Mark Huberman from Prairie Sky Gondola, Janet Riepel from Edmonton Chamber of Commerce, Simon O'Byrne from Stantec, Luke Guy from Doppelmayr Canada, Siban Luand from Doppelmayr Canada, and Brent Carmichael to answer questions only. That's the first panel. Would you like me to do all three panels?
Let's go ahead. Let's do that. That would be a good idea.
Okay. Actually, I think there's only two panels right now. So the second panel is Amber Poliquin from Prairie Sky Gondola, Eric Gormley from Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition, Patsy Cotterill from Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition, Punita McBrien from Downtown Business Association, Sherry Clausen from Old Strathcona Business Association, Lynn Witten from Edmonton International Airport, Scott Varga, Christina Varga, Raquel Farreau, Malcolm Bruce from Edmonton Global, Brent Jensen from Edmonton Global, Croy Johnston from Belgian Development, Kaylee Haynes, Krista Laba from Belgian Development, Steve Hogel, Edmonton Riverhawks, Jacqueline Noga, Olympia Trensevsky from Urban Gondola Working Relationship Framework, and Irene Morin from Prairie Sky Gondola Incorporated. And I have a panel 3, but there's no names on it, so on my list. So
I have one name,
That's
and
the
that
two
would
panels.
be Sandra McLeod. I have one more name.
Sandra McLeod, should we add them to panel 2? I would think it'd be silly to do a third panel for one
At this
name.
point, we'll add her to the second panel.
Yeah, great. Okay, that's everyone then. I'll move those names.
Thank you. Please vote on hearing from the speakers and panels.
And all the votes are in, Madam
And
Chair.
display the vote, please. And that is carried. Thank you. So there has been a little bit of movement in the order of some of the speakers, and we will deal with that. I'll call you as the order you've requested as best as possible, but I'm going to give everyone the overview on those who'll be speaking. So today, the administration will first provide opening remarks. And that after that, members of the public will be invited to speak virtually using Google Meet. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make comments. The clerk will run the official timer. However, speakers may wish to use a timer at home as well. When the speaker is finished, please stay on the line, as committee may wish to ask questions at the end of the panel. And we'll have 2 panels, so it'll be after the first panel, then the second. After comments from the public, committee will then ask questions of city administration. We'd ask that you please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet during the meeting, as it creates issues of decorum. It provides an unfair advantage and interferes with the live stream. Additionally, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not presenting or answering questions. And if you're having any difficulties, the Office of the City Clerk has resources to help. Please reach out using the contact information that you were provided in your registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. Thank you. So at this point, we'll invite administration to bring an opening comments.
Good morning, Mayor Iveson, Councillor Essinger, and members of Urban Planning Committee. Administration is here today to outline the current state of the proposed urban gondola, discuss the working relationship framework, and provide next steps for your consideration. As you will recall, Prairie Sky Gondola is a private entity that has proposed an urban gondola in the heart of Edmonton, an idea that originally stemmed from the Edmonton project. Prairie Sky's business case describes the gondola as a new opportunity to enhance tourism and appreciation for the river valley and provide new transportation options to citizens and tourists alike, while offering catalytic potential in the areas surrounding the 5 proposed stations. The gondola would be built, operated, and maintained by Prairie Sky without funding from the city. Since this project was at Council in February 2020, administration has worked with Prairie Sky to understand if and how the proposal would advance, guided by the principles reflected in the motion on the slide. As this project is currently at a concept stage, each of the principles identified in the February 3rd, 2020 motion have been addressed to varying degrees. Should administration's recommendation be approved today, this motion will continue to guide administration's work with Prairie Sky as reflected in the proposed agreement framework. The agreement framework provides a roadmap for the urban gondola to progress and is a signal to engage in negotiations for legal agreements, some of which will be further considered by Council as the project proceeds, based upon the mutually understood principles. This slide reflects the general phasing of the project. Prairie Sky is currently at the conclusion of Phase 2, the business case. This phase has included examination of the feasibility of the project and defining the path forward. Should the recommendation be approved, administration would work with Prairie Sky to initiate Phase 3, which would include the advancement of land agreements for council approval and fulfillment of the required regulatory processes. While this is a private sector proposal, and it does not directly align with the city's project development and delivery model. For context and as a reference point, the current state is generally aligned with the city's definition of strategy and initiation of concept development. To determine the viability of the proposed gondola, administration has reviewed Prairie Sky's business case and preliminary technical reports. A review of the proposal's alignment with Connect Edmonton, the city plan, Reimagine and Breathe, as well as several area-specific plans included in the River Crossing Business Plan, Plan White, and the Downtown Public Places Plan. At a conceptual level, the proposed gondola is aligned with the goals and objectives outlined in these documents. It has further been confirmed that the Prairie Skies business case is based on receiving no funding from the city and land leases at market value. Administration has worked to understand the potential risks to the city and approaches for risk mitigation while enabling advancement of this private sector investment. And we have sought to define what the path forward for gondola could look like should council choose to advance it. This included understanding the city's role as the landowner, examining considerations for each impacted parcel of land, and defining regulatory processes that would be required for the project to advance. This work all informed the negotiation of an agreement framework between the city and Prairie Sky Gondola. The intent of the proposed framework is to clearly define how work will continue in relation to council's principles, the land agreements, which will include leasing of the impacted lands and application of licenses, easements, or access agreements for the rope line and tower locations while maintaining the city's ownership, risk mitigation, and key next steps. Approval of the framework by council will provide direction and clarity necessary to facilitate the next steps. Prairie Sky Gondola has advised that the framework will allow them to advance their proposal to market for funding. Guided by the agreement framework and ongoing consideration of the council-defined principles, Prairie Sky would work with administration to initiate Phase 3. Next steps are proposed to include negotiation of land agreements, which are anticipated to return to council for consideration as soon as Q2 2021. These agreements will include formalizing the risk mitigations outlined in the report and the framework. Completion of a transportation impact assessment by Prairie Sky with involvement by administration as defined in the report, to support our ability to identify opportunities to achieve council's direction of mutually beneficial integration. As Prairie Sky progresses detailed design work, collaboration will continue to support alignment between city projects and plans and the proposed gondola where possible. Given the proposed gondola constitutes a major facility, it cannot be constructed unless the location within the River Valley is deemed essential and approved by City Council under the River Valley bylaw. Council consideration of the environmental impact assessment and the site location study will also be required. Administration anticipates rezoning to be required at 4 of the 5 station locations, downtown, Ortona, End of Steel, and White Avenue, in advance of any development permits being awarded. Prairie Sky will also be required to receive all necessary federal and provincial approvals. The Prairie Sky Gondola continues to be a community-driven proposal. Through the work undertaken over the past year, administration believes that we have identified risk mitigation approaches that, if formalized in the land agreements, would serve to lessen the potential long-term impacts to the city where possible. Administration has also confirmed that the project will not receive city funding and have clearly identified how this complex proposal could advance in order to ensure a transparent process. Should council choose to support Prairie Sky's advancement of this proposal, it will be done in accordance with the framework and next steps defined in the report, including continued work to fully address each of the principles defined by council in the February 3rd, 2020 motion. Prairie Sky's proposal would return to council as appropriate for approval of the land agreements and regulatory requirements. Thank you. We would be pleased to answer any questions you may have following registered speakers.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And so now we're going to begin with our registered speakers. The first one I have is Jeffrey Hansen Carlson from Prairie Sky, and Ms. Wheaton, you'll be up next. So Jeffrey, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeffrey, and I've been leading Prairie Sky since its inception, going on 3 years now, and it's been quite a ride. I want to thank Edmontonians. I want to thank those Edmontonians that raised their hand after the gondola idea won the Edmonton project, and for no reason other than their belief that together we can do big things. rolled up their sleeves and got involved. I want to thank those Edmontonians that invested their time and resources and relationships into converting the idea of a gondola into something tangible on the sole basis of having a meaningful impact in their community. I want to thank the Edmontonians that work within the administration for genuinely demonstrating that anyone can take a grand idea to City Hall and be treated with respect and supported. And last, I want to thank the Edmontonians we have been so fortunate enough to connect with over the years as we shaped our own understanding of what this project means to our city, our region, and also our province. Now, when I think of Prairie Sky, I reflect on things much more significant than a gondola. This is city building. I see a meaningful, sustainable, low-impact utility for all of us. I see a dynamic and inspirational addition to our skyline. I see something bold that will contribute to our identity and celebrate our stories. I see something that people who visit our city will never forget. And I see decades and decades of positive economic impact, jobs, peripheral investment, and a significant boost to our experience economy. And I see all of that being achieved with private sector investment. Now, as tempting as it is to just talk about the technicalities of developing a gondola in the center of our city over our river valley, I think it's equally important we talk about our story. This is all because two everyday Edmontonians shared an idea. And whether you like the idea or not, one thing I trust we can all be proud of is that we live in a city that has the courage to not just talk about doing big things, but to actually do big things. As always, thank you for your time, Mayor and Council. This morning, we do have subject matter experts from our management and consulting team present to assist in answering the questions you may have. Thank you for your time. I look forward to today's conversation.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Andrea Whitten, please.
There we go. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank you for your valuable time this morning. I've been involved with Prairie Sky for the last few years and currently sit on the board. I know there's a long list of speakers today, so I'll keep my statement brief. There's been an incredible wealth of detail and that's gone into bringing this project to where we are today. After a year of developing Prairie Sky technically alongside admin and initiating conversations with the community, we've come to realize just how complementary this project is to existing city plans, priorities, and initiatives. Just to name a few, there's the McDougall Hill pedestrian bridge, the river crossing plan, Touch the Water promenade, Plan White, and most importantly, the new city plan and the mass transit study. The alignment with the city's objectives is very, very clear when you look at this project. I also want to take a moment to mention how personally impressed I am with the Prairie Sky team over the last year. Not only have we completed phase 2 of our economic and technical assessment and the business plan, but just the countless hours that went into engaging with stakeholders of all levels. One just needs to reference the dozens of letters of support we've gathered to get a cross-section of those parties. This is a project that will touch so many different types of Edmontonians, and this team has done a tremendous job in reaching out to each and every one of those groups. There is excitement for a project like this in our city, and I couldn't be more proud to be part of this team and what has been accomplished to date. Again, thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next up is Nassim Bashir. Please go ahead, Mr. Bashir.
Well, good morning, Mayor Iveson, Madam Chair, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Nassim Bashir. I'm the chair of the board for Prairie Sky. Prairie Sky is really a collection of right-minded and highly capable people working to make our city an awesome place to live. A city that is attractive to our respective families, and a city where we wish our children to stay as they grow up. And a city that is attractive to investors who want to find a way to contribute to our community, a healthy environment, and our economy. We have all the basics we need as a city. Building on these basics is what we propose to do, and to add a multiplier effect. an X factor that re-accelerates our experiential development progress, especially along our proposed alignment, in a time that is not without significant challenges. We at Prairie Sky are united around a singular purpose where the outcome is not necessarily the project itself, but the betterment of our community. The curious thing about purpose, once you find it, is how motivating it is. The power of purpose, the why in our lives that makes us resilient and it makes us get things done without the usual motivators. Purpose makes us get up every day, swing our legs over the side of the bed and get on with what drives us. I've watched our team grow together over the last few years. They are smart, capable, careful, considerate, and kind people. We are all aligned as an exceptional team. I am proud of all of them and what we have accomplished together. We know why we do what we do. Now we must know there's a long a new kind boost the well-being of their communities.
Mr. Bashir, you're frozen. We've paused your time. We wanted to hear from you, so we missed the last minute or so of your remarks. Could you repeat the last bit?
Crap.
Can you hear us now? You've been frozen there.
Yeah,
Do you want
I can hear
to?
you.
Do you want to log off and come back in, and we'll start again?
I think I'm back now. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you at this point. We missed the last minute or so of your comments.
All right. Well, I'll pick up a place and start here. Certified B corporations are a new kind of business that balances purpose and profit, whether times are tough or normal. Certified B corporations follow business practices that benefit not only their bottom line, but also boost the well-being of their communities. By working towards a more inclusive and sustainable economy, with the future of workers, customers, and environment in mind, B Corps use business as a force for good. Companies that are registered as a B Corp must achieve a minimum score on the B impact assessment and evaluation of the company's impact. They must make their impact report transparent through the Certified B Corporation website. All of this is overseen by a nonprofit governing body called the B Lab. Companies are required to consider the impact of their decisions on their workers, customers, suppliers, community, and the environment. Shareholders hold the company accountable to produce a financial profit as well as some sort of public benefit. By adopting B Corp legal standards, our company will bake our values into our legal DNA and obtain legal protection and permission to consider non-financial stakeholders in decision-making and ensure the mission is protected through time, including through changes in management or ownership. Becoming a B Corp allows companies to hold on to their social mission while allowing them to scale the business. Since they are for-profit, the company can grow and raise money through and still be held in a socially responsible manner. Canada has 288 B Corps, only 22 in Alberta, and this company will be the first corporation in its class in Canada and third in the world. Edmonton stands to gain significantly from gaining media exposure that will flood in with the new B Corp, maybe even usher in an area of community-focused businesses. I'm sure my time is up, but sincere wish that all of you will see Prairie Sky as a company that is greater than the sum of its parts and will set the path for ourselves and the community to benefit from our collective journey together. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to make sure we didn't miss your comments, maybe Mr. Bashir, you could send a copy of your comments to the city clerk and she can give them out to council. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we have a number of speakers that are for questions only. And then there's a bit of rearranging of the schedule based on requests. So I'm going to, the next speaker is Mr. Luke Guy, followed by Sebi Luand. Mr. Guy, if you're available.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please go ahead.
All right, perfect. Do you have is the slide on already? The presentation?
It will just be up in a moment.
Okay. Perfect. Well, first of all, as a CEO of the Palmer Canada, I'd like to welcome everyone. We are very pleased today to talk to you about this project and about our company. We've been working with Prairie Sky Gondola since 2018, and it's surprising how serious they are in doing their homework and how they're doing. I mean, we see tons of requests every year, but this one is definitely working pretty good, and they do their homework, as I said. So who are we? Doppelmayr is the next level of mobility. It's a different way to approach urban transport. This project is with our urban gondola. I just want to see, can we switch next slide, please? I don't think I've got a control on this. Yeah. So who are we as Doppelmayr? We are a worldwide company with 2 offices in Canada. We've got a factory in Saint Jerome, which is just up north of Montreal, with about 95 employees. And we've got also an office in Kelowna with more or less 8-10 employees, depending on the season. Globally, we have about 2,700 employees. We are a family-founded company since 1892, with our headquarters being in Austria. Worldwide, we have about 15,000 different installations. It goes from a little ski lift to huge gondola and huge tramways. Next slide, please. Okay, so our mobility solution, what we're going to talk more about today is the urban gondola, which consists of a terminal station, which we call the drive station, return station. In this specific project, we also have a mid station or intermediate station, we call. There's towers, there are ropes, and there are cabins. One main advantage of this system, it's really quiet, and it's electrically driven installation. Next slide. So we've got here's a map, a worldwide map where there's urban installation. There's installation in Portland, USA. There's installation in Mexico City, Caracas, Venezuela. Koblenz is a good example. London. So anywhere where you see a dark blue on the screen is where we have an installation dedicated to urban installation. So slowly, there's more and more projects that are coming in, and we're being asked every week or every month, to present such projects. Next slide. So here's just a view. I mean, what I noticed on this screen is, there's little symbols for ND people or for people with mobility restraint. So our system is also accessible for those. We see solar panels, so it's possible to get different type of options on cabins. Next slide again. So the next few slides, it's to show what it can look like, what has been done in different places. There's architects involved to make it fit in the urban environment. So this one is the one in London. The next slide is in Caracas. The next slide again is, I'm just going fast. I want to make sure I leave some time for Sebi. The next slide, it sees how it can also be integrated with existing or new infrastructure around. So it can be a mix and match of both. And this one is right installed in the middle of a city. Next slide. Again, it's another integration with standard architecture with a new building. That's a new installation as well. So here we see people, with physical disability, and it's very accessible for stroller, for wheelchairs, sports equipment. Even but there's multiple ways of using the gondola. Next slide. Excuse me. This one is how it can look in a nice environment. I mean, there's multiple obstacles that can be crossed over, like rivers. It's something we've done in the past. To do long span over buildings and stuff like that. We really like to work with the local challenges.
Thank you. Your time is up, I'm afraid.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
Thank you, and we're going to go to Mr. Luan now.
Yes, hello. So my name is Sebi Luand. I've been working in the Doppelmayr Garaventa Group for 29 years, and I'm the CFO of Garaventa and responsible for project financing and project audits within the Doppelmayr Garaventa Group worldwide. As Luc mentioned before, we have already successfully realized several urban roadway projects. According to our group strategy, we expect the urban roadway segment to grow very strongly in the next 10 years. And Edmonton could be one of the first in Canada. We also see that in this segment, in addition to construction, operation and financing will become an important issue. For this reason, we have greatly expanded our operator experience over the last 20 years. We currently operate 10 facilities worldwide, Disney, Orlando, Miami Dolphins Stadium, Oakland, Bart, Portland, Birmingham, London, Macau, Doha, Qatar, and Moscow, and among others, the Toronto Airport Shuttle for over 14 years. We have also established an infrastructure financing fund called FUNIS. This enables us to support urban projects with equity and mezzanine capital. For this reason, we are looking for successful urban roadway projects like Prairie Sky in Edmonton for our FUNIS fund. We conducted a successful pre-project review of the Prairie Sky project in Edmonton. We gained the following insights. The local team is very good and professional. The pre-project work, including the investment cost estimates, are very detailed. In particular, the construction cost estimates were made very seriously. The routing makes sense and is technically feasible. In addition to commuter traffic, we see potential for this project as a tourist attraction, which could have a positive impact on the profitability of the project. We have had the same positive experience with our projects in London, England, or in Koblenz, Germany. Our next step now, after the approval of the project and the start of phase 3, is to conduct a detailed local due diligence. Thereby, we will focus mainly on the following points: macro and micro location, including examination of the integration into the public transport system and possible future competitors. Profitability, including examination of the study of passenger numbers, of course, financial structure, model, local tourism, and local partners. We cannot afford to participate in a non-function system when building our new strategic asset in urban roadway system. For this reason, we will make this test very detailed. In any case, the Edmonton project, Prairie Sky Gondola project, has a very good chance of being a successful urban roadway project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'm going to Mr. Mark Huberman. He was number 13, he's now number 12. Mr. Huberman, please.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with everybody. Chairman Esslinger, members of the Planning Committee, and members of Council. Over the last few months, I've had an opportunity to work with Prairie Sky, with the gondola team on the gondola project. In that time, I have come to know the project team, and I do believe that this group and their consulting team have the technical capability to bring this Catalyst project to a reality. My involvement in the project to date has included the preparation of a preliminary mobility review feasibility study, which helped inform the project business case and which has been shared with my colleagues at the city. Perhaps if you can go to the next slide, that would be great. Thank you very much. Based on my work, I am pleased to be able to share some of my thoughts and insights as to why I believe that the Prairie Sky Gondola project represents a catalyst project for the city, a project that should find support from this committee and from council. Next slide, please. An urban gondola system connecting the downtown area with Old Strathcona as an extension to the existing and future local system, providing first and last mile connectivity, would yield many benefits for all Edmontonians and the City of Edmonton. The project aligns closely with the City of Edmonton's strategic goals and would improve performance on many of the corporate outcomes and targets as established by City Council. Next slide, please. As articulated in City Plan, the City of Edmonton continues to pursue a denser urban environment and an increased mode split to transit in an attempt to achieve smart and sustainable growth. To achieve these goals, my research has concluded that the introduction of an urban gondola into the suite of transit options currently employed and operated by the city could be an excellent transit option to connect two walkable districts without adding to car congestion. Next slide, please. From a planning and environmentally sustainable perspective, the Prairie Sky Gondola project has a number of benefits. It would enhance the use of public transit and encourage active modes of transportation by providing fast and efficient mass transit across one of Edmonton's most congested and high traffic commuting corridors. It would ensure financial sustainability. The gondola would be one of the most cost-effective methods of providing mass transit across the river valley at a fraction of the cost of building a new bridge or refurbishing an existing one in significantly less time. Several consumer and community benefits would be realized by transit users and the general public, including benefits related to travel time savings, vehicle operating costs, collision reductions, parking costs, and vehicle emissions, while improved transit service via the gondola would enhance access to recreational, multimodal, and tourism opportunities. The project would expedite transit-oriented development opportunities and support high-density, vibrant neighborhoods. It would improve connectivity between two high-density walkable neighborhoods in an environmentally sensitive fashion, and would improve and would be a significant economic draw, as we've heard earlier, for Edmonton, increasing the number of overnight visitors and tourists. I'm sure we'll hear more about that this morning. Gondola technology and operation adds capacity to a transit system that clears roadway congestion, creating space in public road rights-of-ways for other transit or alternative modes. Early investments in gondola construction and operations would assist in encouraging the continued development of city sectors designed for transit, cycling, and walking. There are good examples. The downtown and the White Avenue are good examples of such sectors. From a technical perspective, if we can go to the next slide, please. The Prairie Sky Gondola Preliminary Mobility Review study identified that from a technical perspective, urban gondolas similar to that being proposed by Prairie Sky are highly versatile mass transit solutions that exhibit and provide several important transit attributes and characteristics, including the provision of fast, reliable performance, safe, fully accessible, and cost-effective transportation over challenging geographic areas. Gondolas are more superior to surface transit in many ways, in that they have the capability of providing higher capacities than surface transit to capture future increases in cross-river commuter demands, and be constructed with limited disruption to communities along the route, and will provide for multimodality to the extent that the gondola system supports other modes, especially active transportation modes that can be integrated from a fare integration perspective. Final slide, please. for the next slide. I've determined that a gondola linking the downtown area with Old Strathcona area with 2 stops in Rossdale and a stop at End of Steel Park represents a technically viable and versatile mass transit solution. It will be able to provide a fast, reliable, safe, fully accessible, and cost-effective option over a challenging area as an extension of the local Edmonton Transit Service bus and LRT network. I genuinely believe that the gondola project provides a great mutually beneficial opportunity for urban residents and commuters. From a funding and capital avoidance perspective, the biggest opportunity is perhaps eliminating the need for a new and expensive publicly subsidized LRT bridge. I strongly recommend that the City of Edmonton continue to support Prairie Sky in moving forward to the next phase of planning and design. Final slide, please.
No, I'm sorry, your time is up, sir. But thank you very
Thank you.
much. And now I'm going to Mr. Jeff Batista, and on deck will be Mr. Bossier.
Thank you very much. Good morning, councillors, Mayor Iveson, members of the administration and guests. My name is Jeff Batista. I'm delighted to join the Urban Planning Committee today to personally support the Prairie Sky Gondola and offer my perspectives as an Edmontonian on this wonderful opportunity for our community. As a brief introduction, I'm the managing partner of Dialogue, a North American design practice committed to meaningfully improving the well-being of our communities and the environment we all share. The roots of our practice, as many of you probably know, are right here in Alberta and in particular in Edmonton and Calgary. I'm also past president of the Consulting Engineers of Alberta and a passionate Edmontonian. I've had the good fortune over the decades to have helped design many transformational projects in our city, including the Edmonton Clinic, the Hunter Street Funicular, Ice District, the Valley Line LRT, and many more. But just wanted to name a few. And I want to share a story with you today. It's more of a personal story, and it will connect back to the opportunity that the Prairie Sky Gondola offers to us. Way back in 1993, my wife Tracy and I graduated from the University of Waterloo, got married, and packed up a U-Haul to move across the country on an adventure to Edmonton so that I could attend grad school at the University of Alberta. We knew absolutely nothing about Edmonton. Nothing except that there was a world-class university here. Back then, when we heard the word Edmonton, no mental image came to mind for us at all, like it does for all of us when I say names of cities like New York or London or even Toronto. Back in 1993, we never would have imagined that we would end up making Edmonton our home, raising our children here, and becoming passionate Edmontonians for decades to come. So as I was reflecting my mind upon the opportunity to speak today, I was asking myself, why? Why did we stay? We stayed because this large town, as we called it back then in 1993, started to become more interesting and offering a higher quality of life year after year. We loved the university. And then we saw the construction of the Winspear Centre, and we loved that too. And things kept getting better as the years went by. The south extension of the LRT, the Art Gallery of Alberta, the Royal Alberta Museum, Ice District, rec centers, the Walterdale Bridge, the funicular, and many more city building projects. We stayed to be part of the transformation of this large town into a vibrant city that now has an identity. Our river of green, our North Saskatchewan River Valley, with its iconic Walterdale Bridge in the foreground. Already that Edmonton identity, with the Walterdale as its focal point, is inspiring people's hearts and minds, as do the skylines of New York and London and Toronto. How did this transformation of Edmonton happen over the past 3 decades? It happened through the persistence of City Council, through the countless hours of effort from visionaries, volunteers, business leaders, and investors, through the belief that if we work together we could create a truly vibrant city that puts people first. I believe that the Prairie Sky Gondola is an extraordinary opportunity for visionaries, volunteers, business leaders, investors, and the City of Edmonton to come together yet again to continue to create future Edmonton. It's an extraordinary opportunity to connect downtown and Old Strathcona, not only to each other, but to our newfound identity at the Walterdale Bridge. And it's an extraordinary opportunity to make our city more inviting, better connected, more sustainable, and more fun. We are fortunate to have a business community with such vision, creativity, and commitment. I hope that this committee, all of City Council, and City Administration will clear the path for the business community to make the Prairie Sky Gondola a reality for the benefit of all Edmontonians and guests to our great city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Mr. Labossiere, followed by Claire McDonald. Please go ahead, Mr. Labossiere.
Good morning, and thank you to members of the committee and council. As an entrepreneur, I'm the founder of originally a company called Yardstick in Edmonton that has grown significantly and now forms one of the investments of a company called Altitude Investments. We have 4 operating businesses. We have a controlling investment in and a number of investments in non-controlling in Edmonton businesses, and very, very much excited and continue to want to make investments in Edmonton grown ideas. I just want to come out and support this project. Particularly, and I think it was interesting what Jeff just said around the city image and reputation. I was the co-chair of the Mayor's Task Force that eventually became what was called Make Something Edmonton. And I think that this project is kind of the perfect embodiment of the spirit of Edmonton that we found as we asked questions about ourselves to try to really identify what is our unique identity, and more importantly, I think, how do we improve our image and reputation outside of our market to really retell our story. And this, to me, is a perfect example of that type of Edmonton spirit. It's really an example of an empowered citizens and citizenry, and it's really a community idea. And I'm particularly in support of it simply because it is backed by the private sector. I think, interestingly, as a B Corp, a really unique way to balance the interests of the community and the interests of society and the interests of business. And I think it's just a absolute perfect example of what Edmonton's capable of and what Edmonton's citizens are capable of, and absolutely a wonderful example of what we were trying to achieve with Make Something Edmonton. I don't think I'm going to say a lot different than everyone today, but I will say that one of the things we heard resoundingly throughout the Make Something Edmonton initiative was people's real desire to have the Edmonton River Valley activated beyond the way it is today. And I think that this, again, is a very environmentally respectful and friendly way to do that allows access to the River Valley and will hopefully inspire other development in the River Valley that will be wonderful for not just our citizens, but again, for people visiting our city. It's obviously a very attractive asset to have for the city. I also think, just personally, it's going to be an amazing way to connect the White Avenue and downtown markets in terms of for local Edmontonians and visitors to access the businesses in the White Avenue and downtown area, which will hopefully help 2 parts of the city that deserve our time for investment and also hopefully deserve a better break than they've had under this kind of COVID time. So in closing, I just feel it's an amazing initiative where the risk is being borne by the private sector and the citizens who are supporting it, but they've gone just an extraordinary distance to try to make it something more than just a for-profit initiative. It's a very impactful community initiative. So I just want to express my very sincere support.
Thank you very much for your comments. And now we'll go to Ms. McDonald, and on deck will be Ms. Riopel.
Hello, everyone. I'm Claire McDonald, and I'm the chair of the Prairie Sky Public and Indigenous Engagement Committee. But mainly what I wanted to share is my excitement for this project. Just like Jeff DiBattista said, I feel like I'm going to repeat a little bit what he's saying, but from a newcomer's perspective. Born and raised in Paris, France, immigrated to Canada, went to Vancouver, and then ended up here in Edmonton. First time I came here was for the Juno Awards in 2014. February, cold, wintry, big parking lots. Where are the people downtown? And you fast forward this almost 10 years later. It was 2004, sorry. You fast forward this, more than 10 years later, and we have, like Jess was mentioning, this emerging big city from a smaller town. And it's been very exciting to see this project. And I think that's why I'm here, because I grew up in an urban environment, only in a condo, 4 kids. Used to always doing active transportation, walking everywhere. Everything's connected easily. You never have to think about it. So right now I'm working downtown, but I live in Old Strathcona, and I'm taking the car. I'm a person that walks everywhere. It takes me 7 minutes to get to work from Old Strathcona. But if I take public transit, it takes me 45 minutes. So it's absolutely depressing. So when I heard about this active transportation project, I'm like, give it to me. What is this? This is outrageous, but also extremely interesting. And especially as, you know, we enter the 21st century, we're interested in projects that are, you know, environmentally friendly, that think of the future, that don't add too much infrastructure. I'm extremely interested in that. So I just wanted to add my voice to say that I'm very excited about this urban gondola project. I hope City Council sees the opportunity and goes forward with it.
Thank you very much. I have Ms. Riopel, and then we'll follow that with Ms. Davison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the Urban Planning Committee. I'm Janet Riopel, President and CEO of the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce. I'm pleased to present today on behalf of our Board of Directors and our member companies who employ more than 100,000 people in our region. And I'm here today to express the Edmonton Chamber's support for the Prairie Sky Urban Gondola Project. We see this innovative project as part transit solution and part tourist attraction. We believe that the gondola would serve commuters in high-density residential neighborhoods, support development in our city's core, provide a winter city-oriented connection to the River Valley Trail Network, and provide an exciting new way to move around our city. We agree with proponents that this project will act as a catalyst for development of the West Rossdale area and support tourism and related economic development throughout our downtown, our River Valley, and our communities both north and south of the North Saskatchewan. We think it will serve as a beacon for further investment in these areas and our city in general. As we all fully understand, this is a critical need, especially given the impacts of this pandemic now on our small businesses and our hospitality and tourism industries. With Edmonton's unemployment rate at near 12%, creating new jobs will be a linchpin of our economic recovery strategy. Prairie Sky estimates this project could add as much as $118.9 million to Edmonton's GDP, initially creating close to 1,000 construction jobs and then employing 80 full-time people during normal operations. And this is exactly the kind of job-creating private investment that our economy needs. Members of Council, you've heard me speak many times about the need for transformational change within city operations. This project is unique. It's an opportunity to establish a pilot of what creative partnerships between the city and the private sector could look like without any cost to city taxpayers. Engaging private industry and the broader community in city building of this magnitude is new and innovative and exciting. We believe this project could serve as a model for other innovative public-private partnerships. So we encourage the establishment of clear regulatory expectations and an expedient and reasonable path for approvals. Others with innovative ideas will be attracted by this kind of municipal leadership. The Edmonton Chamber of Commerce is in support of Prairie Sky's Urban Gondola Project, and we encourage this committee to recommend approval of the agreement framework to City Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now go to Ms. Maggie Davison.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of committee and council, Mayor Iveson. My name is Maggie Davison. I'm the interim CEO of Explore Edmonton. Explore Edmonton is Edmonton's destination and venue management organization. We tell Edmonton's story, elevate the Edmonton experience, and generate inbound visitation to drive our visitor economy. With 2 award-winning venues, the Edmonton Convention Centre and Edmonton Expo Centre, the know-how to enhance, execute and support major sport and cultural events, and the commitment to develop products and experiences that are authentic to Edmonton, we strive to make the visitor experience unforgettable. Explore Edmonton's job is to always be looking ahead at the big picture, leading the way to promote our city as a four-season destination, and developing the experiences and partnerships that will position Edmonton as a destination of choice. We are fully aligned to increase the economic impact of the visitor-based economy in Edmonton. Our destination's ability to stay interesting and viable means we must offer new and safe experiences that will help meet the pent-up demand once travelers start once again exploring. The Prairie Sky Gondola project has the potential to positively impact the visitor experience and attract more visitors to the city. We know that the River Valley is a key draw, and we include it in all our marketing materials for visitors, meetings and convention planners, and event producers. Part of our mandate is to support the development of exciting new experiences in order to attract visitors. We can identify a variety of ways in which this project would add value to our city's efforts. The project aligns with Explore Edmonton's strategy to grow the visitor economy by adding unique reasons to visit, explore, and stay longer in the city. Edmonton is one of two international gateways to the Canadian Rockies, and our ability to create greater appeal to our international visitors has a net benefit not only for the city but for our region, including destinations like Elk Island National Park and, of course, Jasper. An experience like this strengthens a travel itinerary. The Prairie Sky Gondola will create a product that can be sold internationally and add to the appeal of visiting Edmonton. We also see a value add for Edmontonians who will be able to experience the River Valley in a new way. It's also a new opportunity to get Edmontonians excited and out exploring the community. This project can not only increase accessibility to the heart of our River Valley, but it will also allow people to appreciate and experience one of the most historic pieces of land in our city from a new perspective. There are also benefits beyond our leisure travelers. Excuse me. The gondola is a connection between downtown Edmonton, the river crossing project, including the reimagined power plant and Old Strathcona. This will add a tremendous value to our tourism initiatives and help to attract large national and international events. And it will also, as a new asset, help drive our major event growth and attraction strategy. Strictly speaking, from a destination development and marketing perspective, this project is something that we could absolutely leverage. And as such, we are very supportive of the Gondola Sky project. I would just close by saying that over the last several years as a community, Edmonton has been doing a lot of soul searching about the kind of city it wants to be. Unique experiences, quality of life, a thriving arts and cultural sector, and a world-class culinary scene are all vital to positioning Edmonton as a place to visit, live, and explore. And the gondola will only enhance this. We can be a Portland or an Austin, Texas, but we just need to start now by dreaming big. Let's make Prairie Sky Gondola a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now invite Mr. Simon O'Byrne.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
I'm strongly in support of the urban gondola. My first experience on a gondola was back in the late 1990s when I was studying and working in New York City. I rode the Roosevelt Island tramway, which is now 45 years old. I was like a giddy kid at the time, perched at the windows, watching the amazing views of the East River and the Upper East Side of Manhattan. The tramway was, and still is, integrated into the city's MTA transit system. It is regularly used by locals and tourists alike. quite simply, everybody loves it. As you've already heard, cities all over the world are now embracing urban gondolas. They're probably the most charming and delightful way that we can move about a city. With respect to economic development, I wanted to talk about Singapore and also about talent. About Singapore, they found a couple of years ago that they weren't getting the number of tourists that they would like. They had the highest rated airport in the world. They had a few things to do, but not enough things to do. And they did a study and they found that if they created more Instagram-worthy moments and things that would give people enough to fill 2 or 3 days, that they would have a huge lift in terms of attraction of tourists and getting them to stay for a few days and getting all the residual benefits and economic multipliers that would come from that. So they went on an ambitious plan to find different activities, create these different moments, and they did that. And it had a revolution in terms of economic development and tourism as a result of it. The other thing with respect to talent is that contemporary best practices of economic development show that jobs follow talent. In order to draw and retain talent, we need to relentlessly strive to make Edmonton a more interesting, vibrant, and opportunity-rich city. For it to become a place that is truly worthy of people's affection requires not just doing the obvious, but also doing and supporting whimsical investments. I think that this is a great idea and opportunity for Edmonton. In fact, I think that we are lucky that the city boosters behind Prairie Sky have brought this forward. This is a game changer, and the city of Edmonton is getting a remarkable and transformational gift. As both a citizen and an executive with one of Edmonton's largest private sector employers, I hope that this moves forward to council and is supported by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that is all the speakers on the first panel. I had Mr. Joe Husing, Krista Wright, Bob Black, Jordy Josie, Lynn Martin, and Brent Carmichael online as well to answer questions. So I'm going to open up the speakers list so that councillors can ask questions of any of the speakers on panel 1. And we'll begin with Councillor Henderson.
I'm not quite sure who to ask this, so maybe I'll go to Mr. Hanson Carlson, and if he wants to redirect it, that's fine. One of the things I suspect we're going to hear from the second panel, I know, recognizing some of the speakers and some of the emails I've had, are concerns, particularly I think on the southern bank, about some of the environmental concerns with 2 of the towers and that riverbank. And I'm just wondering if you can, I don't know how fixed those spots are. I don't know how adaptable it is. And maybe this is a question to your technical people as much as any. Obviously on the northern bank, there's not much left to disturb, but on the southern bank, that's not true. And I know that question is going to come up, and I just wanted to give you a chance to respond to it.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Henderson. I'll set the stage here and then pass it off to Lynn from Spencer Environmental, who was on our consulting team and did the preliminary assessments, obviously with some emphasis on the south side of the river. So the footprint of this project in terms of infrastructure with comparable capacity is very, very, very minor. We did spend a lot of time over the past year understanding the alignment from a technical standpoint and trying to minimize and move towers to minimize that footprint, but we do recognize there are some sensitive areas. So Lynn, if you want to speak more directly to that, that would be appreciated.
Sure, I can do that, thank you. It is true that there is currently a tower located on the South River Valley slope in a forested area. I know that some of the tower locations have been or will be adjusted, and my current understanding is that the tower south of the river is not in the floodway or flood fringe, which is a good thing. And my current understanding is also that there is only 1 tower on that South Valley slope in the forested area.
So I guess the question is, how adaptable is it? I mean, obviously, we're still going to have to do an environmental assessment. That's one of the actual prerequisites that we don't have that information yet. So what happens if we get concerns back from that?
From an engineering standpoint, anything is possible. I think we need to undertake further assessment to really, in a detailed way, understand the risks. The solution would evolve with technical input from both Dialogue and Doppelmayr. So as far as moving the towers, there is a margin within which we can move. It might require the tower to have a bigger foundation or be higher or something to that effect. But what we have right now is a reasonable starting point, and it will be refined.
And then my other set of questions are something that also carries over from our last conversation, and it deals with the kind of worst case scenarios, because one of the issues that I know was raised last time was what happens if it doesn't work? What happens to all the infrastructure? What are the risks of the city holding the bag and having a huge white elephant on its hands? So I'm guessing that question is going to come up as well. I know you probably have some time to work on that. I know it'll be part of what the city would write into the agreement, but I wouldn't mind hearing from your perspective how that might play out in the worst case scenario.
So in our business case today, we have a line item for the removal and complete remediation of all the towers and gondola equipment. What we are looking forward to in terms of future discussion with administration is the stations themselves. Is there an opportunity to repurpose those stations to create some other community benefit should the worst case scenario happen? But I think it's an important point to make that the due diligence we're beginning to go through with organizations such as Doppelmayr and other credit and equity providers is very strenuous. And I just want to assure Council and the public that the tests we're going to be put through in terms of the strength of our business plan and our financial model from the capital markets is going to be extremely strenuous. Bob, with respect to the framework, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, not really, Jeffrey. Fundamentally, we do recognize the need to de-risk the city. And we're confident that based on the conversations to date, that we're going to find the right mechanism to do that.
Great, thank you. Those were my essential questions, and I'm basically out of time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Councillor Katarina now.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the first group for your presentation on this. Mr. Bashir, as you're the chair, do you have a general, given that things are preliminary now and a lot of things to work out, do you have a timeline of start to finish?
We absolutely do. The schedule is well built into the plan. Maybe Jeffrey, I'll get you to handle the intricate details of those of the plan in terms of what we need to do next.
Yeah, good question, Councillor Katarina. So assuming a perfect world here, it would take approximately 18 months and $9 million to advance the project to a fully approved at all levels of government status with all of the design and technical components done. And obviously of central importance to informing those two processes is all of the public and Indigenous engagement activities. Obviously inside of taking something as complex as this and making it shovel ready, there's a lot of moving parts, but our best guess now is 18 months to take it from today to shovel ready, and then approximately another 18 months to 24 months to do the enabling works and construction. So we could be operational spring of 2024, I believe, is the math.
About 4 years with that. So there's in the motion here, F, the security deposit. I'm interested to see what the calculations have been, either from your end, or I'll ask administration as well too. What are you anticipating that to be as part of your business plan? Have you worked that number out yet, or what you're prepared to, I guess, either offer or accept from administration?
There's sort of two parts that we've organized in our conversations with administration. One is the towers and their foundation systems and the ropeway and the gondola equipment. We worked with Doppelmayr to establish a budget on what it would take to have all of that wholly removed, and then the individual sites for the towers remediated and made whole. That number I'm comfortable sharing publicly is approximately $1.4 million. And we would be prepared to either secure a surety mechanism that's satisfactory to the city or put that money in trust. And again, on the stations and the stations themselves, the understanding we have with administration is that given the city will effectively be our landlord, we will address the remediation of those sites inside of the land agreements.
Okay. Had another question here from provincial and federal approvals and that, and I'll wait till Mr. O'Byrne has a chance to speak and question him on that. But Ms. Riopel, for the Chamber of Commerce, a lot of your membership is downtown or in north, would be north of the river. So just generally, what does business need in order for it to either make that commitment to open or to thrive? People would be, like actual people there would be a help.
Yeah, what does business need? All kinds of things right now, Councillor Katarina, but they need some security and some assurances, but then they also need a thriving place to come back to. We think that having people on our streets, having more energy in our environment, having better linkages and better access, all of those things are going to really help to draw people back into our downtown core. And just basically build that feeling that we are part of something that's really vibrant and thriving. So this will definitely contribute to that as well.
Okay, that's good to know. Jeffrey, just one more question for you at this point now, and it's been discussed or put into the report, but it hasn't been talked about. We're talking about lease arrangements for the actual pylons, amount of land, that sort of thing. But nobody's talked about air rights to this point. So is your business plan contemplating a cost for air rights? And I'll ask administration as well, too, if they've considered that as part of their need going forward.
Yes, the city administration undertook a preliminary evaluation of the footprints for the stations, as well as a right-of-way encompassing the entirety of the 2.5 kilometer alignment and the width that's required. That valuation is in our business case today.
Do you have that?
Joe, would you, you know what, Councillor Katarina, I don't think we're comfortable sharing that publicly at this time.
That's fair enough. Thank you. My time's up.
Thank you. And Councillor Katarina, Mr. O'Byrne did speak, and if you wanted to ask him a question, perhaps on the second round, you'd like to do that. I'm going to Councillor Banga right now.
My apologies.
Thank you to each and every one of you for coming out today and presenting your case. And I do have some questions for, I guess I will start with Mark Huberman first. I am just having a difficulty wrapping my head around whether this thing is basically based on tourist attraction or supplementary to transit ETS.
Thank you, Councillor Banga and members of council. I'll try to respond to that question quickly. I think the purpose of the gondola is twofold. I think you hit on the two most important ridership groups. We think the Prairie Sky Gondola is going to attract commuters, transit commuters that are looking to move between the downtown core as well as the White Avenue area, and from White Avenue, of course, back to downtown. And we do also, as commuters, and we do also think that there is a tourism component to the ridership group as well. So it is a combination of both population user groups that we believe will use the gondola system.
Okay. And then you also mentioned time saving. This is only from I guess one point to another point kind of deal there.
No, absolutely. It's Councillor Banga, thanks for the question, members of council. Absolutely. The time frame associated with moving from the downtown area, sort of 100th Street to the White Avenue area is likely in the area of 8 to 10 minutes or so. And I'm not sure that there would be, even with the city's new transit strategy, I'm not sure that there is a bus route that would be able to move you from the downtown core to White Avenue that quickly. That route likely would take in the order of 12 to 15 minutes. It's my understanding that would be the case. But we believe that the commute between downtown and White Avenue or White Avenue and downtown would be significantly quicker than surface transit.
Thank you. Ms. Riopel, question for you is, I know you're expressing support for this project, and that's great. I just want to get your take on the city has been investing a lot of money in LRT projects, extensions. How do you think is that going to be affected by this project?
Well, Councillor Banga, I would hope that it's actually enhanced by this project just by providing yet another sort of, hopefully this is a seamless linkage that will provide another opportunity to improve accessibility, you know, across our river and throughout our city. I would think that the consultants that are in charge of that would be able to provide you with a pretty good analysis, but just overall, that improved accessibility and linkage should be seamless, shouldn't it? And take advantage of the investment the city's already made in infrastructure.
Okay, and I guess my next question is for Mr. Bashir. I know you guys must have done your, I guess, 100% due diligence in, I guess, coming up with the support for this project, and you are actually, I guess, the chairman of the project now. But what's your take on the experience? Is it focused more towards visitor economy, and or is it focused more towards again in conjunction with LRT? Or
yeah, thank you. For sure. Thank you, Councillor Banga. I think it really is a combination of all those things. My opinion is that it really ends up being a net attractor for the people that both live here and those that come and visit us. And I think that's the largest sort of driving force, if you will, behind the project. And it happens to as well satisfy, I think, a large need in our collective communities. Through its transit-oriented approach to development as well. And the way we look at the project is that we're really creating an experience along the full alignment and at the 5 stations for those people when they come and visit us in our city. And that, I think, is then connects to other development opportunities for others in our community to then enhance that development over a period of time as the gondola project starts to achieve its critical mass of operation over the first number of years. I think a big part of it really, Councillor, is going to be how it keeps people here in our community for an extra day or two, how it connects to conventions and those types of things when we start having those again in that visitor economy. It just enhances the experience. And for all of us that travel, we all look for those unique experiences in every part of the world that we go to, those unique things that you can write home about or Instagram about if you're so inclined. And that's the fun part of traveling and connecting to those communities, is you discover all those wonderful things that open up around you as you take in the full city.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And many of my questions have been asked and answered. I'm going to non-committee members, so I'm turning now to Councillor Cartmel. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, everyone, for the presentations today. Very interesting concept. I guess my concern at this point sits with indirect cost to the city. So Mr. Bashir just made the comment that, you know, the idea of experiences all along the alignment. But right now today, there is experiences at one end and the other, but not really anything in between. And so my concern is generally what this project might do, or what might be presumed is going to be done by the city to support this project. So for instance, does this project moving forward imply some commitment by the city to invest in the power plant, which is an $80 to $100 million rehabilitation project? Does it imply some obligation on the city to push forward development in Rossdale, which would compete with and perhaps jump the queue over developments that the city is trying to incent in Blatchford and Exhibition Lands? Does it begin to create those obligations on the part of the city, spoken or otherwise, that A, we don't have the financial capacity to take on right now at all, and B, might mean that some of the obligations that we already have in hand get pushed to the side or become secondary. So, thoughts on that?
Councillor Carmel, Jeffrey here. I guess I'll take the dive in there. I think the best person on our team to answer that and give it some perspective would be Bob Black.
Good morning, Councillor. The short answer is no. The River Valley Parkway system is already in itself a major attraction. And connecting people to the River Valley from our perspective is a big win. This is a system that will connect wheelchairs. People can put their golf clubs on it. They can put their cross-country skis on it. They can put a stroller on it. And so just that access to the River Valley, we think, is a big win. We're very respectful of the reality that the city is very materially capitally constrained. And so, no, we don't presume that there is going to be any accompanying investment by the City of Edmonton. We do, however, believe that the gondola will unlock the developable potential of lands along the alignment that the private sector will respond to.
So, Mr. Black, I guess I'll press a little harder. I agree. It unlocks opportunities. It provides access. I mean, I don't know that the business model of this gondola survives on the backs of cross-country skiers and joggers, but you know, it does provide opportunities for further development. Is the presumption that that development is going to happen within a period of time? And if it doesn't, then is the gondola back at this committee some years after it's fully built, but those developments have not taken place, those investments have not been made by the city, and now the gondola is falling short?
Our model does not assume any contribution to the ridership by transit-oriented development. We do believe that transit-oriented development will take place with time, but the financial model is not based upon that having happened in the early stages of the operation of the system.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKean.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I don't know who I'm going to direct this to. Maybe to you, Mr. O'Byrne, as an urban planner. The River Valley is broadly accepted as our gem. And I think I know what's coming in the next panel, that this will act to mar that gem in some way. Or, you know, Councillor Henderson asked about the environmental impacts, especially on the south slope. Or that that this project could be the sort of the Disneyfication of a river valley, and that would somehow take away from the natural beauty of the place, which I think it is a real obvious strength for Edmonton. Just want to get your comments on whether or not this detracts or attracts for the future of Edmonton and its river valley?
Thank you very much, Councillor McKean, for the question. I think it's a really a good one and a thoughtful one. The river valley, obviously, for Edmontonians is very sacred and beloved. But a couple things that I think always get missed in the context is that it's also probably one of the most disturbed parts of Edmonton. When trappers first showed up and then settlers first showed up, there's been a lot of disruption. So the riverbank, for example, looks nothing like what it did in 1491, the year before Columbus showed up in the Americas. The topography of it has changed. The species that are in it, it has a lot of invasive species in it. The amount of vegetation that's in it. So I think that people, it's a very beloved space because it's green and because it's beautiful. But I think that but I think that it's important that we think about our that we realize, though, that I think that the thing that makes it most beloved is the access to nature and having it be close and accessible. Just like the way that the LRT, when it got extended from Grandin to the university, and we built that portal and that tunnel with the Menzies Bridge. It had a bit of a disruption, but it had a disruption in an area that had years of disruption, and so but yet it recovered around it, and I think it's kind of well integrated into the fabric. I think the same thing can happen here, and I think that you can do it with some smart environmental stewardship. Be sensitive to it, not take down a tree more than you need to, and do it appropriately. But I also think that it's not like this is like an old growth forest that has never been touched before that area has probably been disturbed and is on its sixth cycle in the last 150 years. And so that's just kind of the nature of our river valley. Especially this most urban part of it. So,
Mr. O'Byrne, I'm going to stop you there because the other impacts that on the river valley has been the number of roads we already have and bridges. And I wanted to ask Mr. Huberman, and maybe this is more for administration, but is there any sense of how this gondola would impact future congestion, whether or not we know that our roadways and bridges into and out of or between Old Strathcona and downtown are reaching a point of congestion and will only get worse in the future? And I just wondered if this is perhaps part of a solution and maybe actually lighter on the river valley than having more and more and more vehicle traffic. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor McKean, and to members of the Planning Committee and other members of Council. We've explored that at a very preliminary level of assessment as part of the preliminary mobility study, and we do believe that the gondola does have the capability of capturing some additional cross-river traffic that would either be on transit, on surface transit or LRT, or vehicular traffic. We do believe that the gondola is very well placed to be able to capture growth in ridership, moving between the two neighborhoods, the downtown neighborhood as well as the White Avenue neighborhood. And we really do feel that, I'm not prepared to say that we are going to need a new LRT bridge in the next 5 or 10 years. I'm not prepared to say that we'll need a new vehicular bridge in the next 5 to 10 years. I've not studied that as much. I think that would come as part of the next phase of technical assessment in terms of the comprehensive traffic impact assessment report. But we do believe that the gondola does provide that buffer and will provide that buffer that will be able to attract traffic that perhaps historically in the future would have been transit traffic, LRT traffic, or vehicular traffic activity.
I'm out of time. Thank you both very much.
Thank you. And on the second round, we'll go to Councillor Katarina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. O'Byrne, sorry, my mistake prior to this, but from your vast experience in provincial and federal approvals for this type of project, or the use in waterways and obviously the river valley itself, and that Mr. Carlson estimates about 4 to 5 years for completion and operational. Does that just give me a sense of your past experience with provincial and federal approvals on this type of land use?
Subject to the environmental review, I think that those things are supportable because it's going over the river valley. It's a little bit better in terms of the so federal jurisdiction is navigable water. So of course that's the river itself. The edge of the water, the high water level is impacted by the province more. So the kind of the high water table, the highest it gets to, and below that is basically part of the provincial jurisdiction, and everything above the high water level is kind of municipal. So as long as there's not an impact on the navigable waterway, then the federal government's less so of an issue. And if it's also not impacting kind of the shore of the river and the kind of high water level to the normal water level, less provincial. So the things that people would like to consider would be whether or not there'd be any change in grading that might change how runoff and debris is getting in, but that can be mitigated. And just, you know, so that means also thinking about the velocity of the slope if the topography and the rake of it were to be changed. And it also means thinking about any impact during the construction on the river itself. But because it's going over the river, I think that's less of an impact. So I wouldn't think of this as being a high one necessarily. It'd be obviously a small fraction of what you'd have to do, for example, for the new Tawatina Bridge, which was constructed or is being constructed still for the LRT.
So, Mr. O'Byrne, does the timeline sound, I guess, reasonable? Does that fit into your past experience or thinking on projects? I mean, we haven't had a project like this, but in general, dealing with the province and the feds when it comes to this type of project affecting, well, they need their approval to it. Does it make sense? I guess I want to make sure in my mind that 4 or 5 years is what we're actually talking about here. And then obviously there's contingencies that things might happen, certainly, and things might be found that weren't anticipated at this point.
Well, thankfully, they're not going to find any concrete in the river like the Tawatina unfortunately did. But Councillor Katarina, I think that's a great question. I don't think that, I think that timeline is, if anything, I think it is probably even too generous a contingency timeframe. And I think that the timeframe would be less than that due to the nature of this project.
Okay, and from your planning experience, Mr. O'Byrne, I want to ask you about air rights and if you've seen the information on this and what's being contemplated, whether it's costs or agreements, and that if that is something that is viable and makes sense to you at this point from what you know about the project.
I'm not
without numbers, or I'm not asking you for private information that can't be disclosed at this point.
I'm not familiar with the specifics of this in terms of air rights. I think that the air rights normally, Edmonton doesn't have a lot of experience, quite frankly, with air rights. So we think of strata air rights sometimes with buildings, and the city has in the past flirted with it, but never put it into zoning in terms of movement of air rights and being able to make trade-offs with them. There's been conversations about them at planning, but that's never been executed. The city doesn't have a lot of experience with it. So, for example, we have explored in the past with, could you, for example, at the university station or at Heritage, in Heritage, when we get down to Heritage Valley or some of the other ones, like where Heritage Mall was, with Century Park, could you actually put a building over the LRT and do those kind of air rights? They've been talked about, but never kind of executed, and the projects have never moved forward. But we don't have a lot of experience with that in Edmonton, but I think that it's something that that could be contemplated, but it's not common at Edmonton. It's really more common in cities where land uses are at a premium and land values at a premium as well. But we don't have a lot of experience and precedent with it here in Edmonton.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, Councillor Banga's questions reminded me of another thing that I was curious about, and I guess my questions are probably best answered by Mr. Huberman. When we talk about it being a public transit link, I've always imagined that most of that is not about linking to our transit system. It's about actually linking to destinations. That you might see a link. You might see people doing a transfer to the LRT on the north side of the river, but I've never really truly understood on the south side of the river how it would usefully link to our transit system. You know, you would just take the bus straight across the river rather than come down White Avenue to connect to this. So I'm just wanting to do a double check with you. When we talk about the public transit link, I'm guessing most of it is not actually about linking to our transit system, but filling a gap in our transit system. Am I right about making that assumption?
Councillor Henderson, I think you generally are. You're right. Somebody that's from the south side of the city of Edmonton that's headed downtown on surface transit would not transfer at White Avenue and 104th Street to get on the gondola and to take the gondola literally for the rest of their trip. I'm not sure I see that happening. There is the opportunity, I think, as you said, in the opposite direction, however, to perhaps think about that route. But I do believe that the gondola, it will not operate separately from Edmonton Transit, but I really do truly believe that the gondola can be made to integrate with Edmonton Transit and become one, as I said in my presentation, one of the suite of options that we currently have with Edmonton Transit today. So you're absolutely right. Nobody would get. I don't think anybody would get off from a trip just to get onto the gondola as part of a transit connector, as a transit trip.
Yeah, no, I really just wanted to ask the question because I understand the importance of the link, but I wanted to make sure that we were not making assumptions in our numbers that being a transfer point from the other transit system was a huge part of the puzzle here. And because I think there's some fuzziness and of understanding about that when we talk about this as being an important public transit link, it's about filling a gap. It's not, if I understand what you're saying, necessarily huge numbers in terms of transferring to our system. So that's correct?
That is correct. And I think some of that work will be flushed out in a little bit more detail moving on to the next phases of study. And we'll be able to perhaps put some metrics around some of those types of questions and better understand that. Absolutely.
Great. Thank you very much. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to Councillor Banga.
Just a couple more questions. Sorry, my phone was ringing. And my questions are probably Mr. Black or Mr. Bashir can answer those. And or anybody else, whoever likes to get in there. So what I understand is at this point in time to proceed forward, Prairie Sky is not looking for any financial commitments from the city. And but they're still looking for assurance. What that insurance is in the form of?
Councillor Banga, yes, that's true. The proposition that is being advanced by Prairie Sky does not contemplate any public investment. The capital and operating costs of the system are contemplated as being borne by Prairie Sky alone, and all land transactions are contemplated to be at fair market value. And so this is truly a private sector initiative but it's one in partnership with the City of Edmonton in terms of really ensuring that as we go forward with this, that we are aligning with city plans and priorities, that we are ensuring that this becomes a valuable complement to the Edmonton transit system, that it is aligned with the city's aspirations relative to other development projects that the city is undertaking, and ensuring that there's a well-connected public realm between city projects and this project. This is a project from our perspective that is really about city building, and so we see the city as an essential partner in the aspiration in that regard.
Okay. Mr. Bashir, do you want to add something to it?
Yeah, Councillor Banga, I think it's really about, from our view of the project, it's really about creating certainty that gets incrementally better at each step, and I believe that the process that we're going through with the city is a collaborative approach and actually leads to greater certainty for the project as we get, as Bob is saying, better alignment with the city and what the community is looking for. It just ends up making a better project, I think, for us. And so fundamentally at each stage is I think we're really looking for more and more certainty, which allows us to make more investment and better decisions and move the project to a point where we can commence the project.
Okay, and let's say the city gives its blessings to you guys to move right ahead, and later on there are going to be provincial and federal, I guess, approvals, and so how would that play out in the scheme of things for you folks to make sure that that you guys are not, I guess, way deeper into this project without any commitment from the city? What I mean is, in 8 or 9 months, there's going to be a new city council, and it's just a word of mouth, I guess, you guys are looking for in the form of commitment. But what if that changes? Would you be pretty deep and serious into it by then, or what would be the case?
Well, maybe I'll just start off, and Councillor Banga, and then move it back to Bob again for to finish up. But clearly, the certainty that we get from the city is important to us to move to the next phase, and the other jurisdictions' regulatory requirements for the project are what they are, and I don't think we can really get to the stage of engaging those jurisdictions until we are well past this conversation with the city and have a deal, if you will, an agreement that we can move forward. And like any other project, Councillor Banga, I think it really is an incremental reduction of risk. Doing our homework, getting in front of those regulatory bodies and saying, here's how we're going to satisfy the law at that point in time. And we take that risk on as we go, but we really want to get past this phase of the city first. Bob, maybe you want to add on top of that?
Yes, certainly from our perspective, the process here is one of gating. And as we go into this next level of investment from investors into this project, we want to be able to assure those investors that by all appearances, this project appears to be possible. We don't presume that outcome because we respect the reality of the city process. We have land agreements to negotiate. We have to go through the zoning process. Those are serious regulatory processes that we're going to have to work our way through. We're not asking that those be changed or modified in any way. We understand that we're going to have to go through them. in the normal course. But with each step along this path, we are hoping to be able to provide incrementally a greater measure of assurance that this project has the potential to go forward.
Thank you. My time is way up.
Yes, it is. Thank you. And we'll go to Mayor Iveson.
Well, thank you all for the comments this morning. They bring the substance of the report to life and your commitments. I think the commitment around no request of Edmonton property taxpayers has been made really clear, which I think is music to many people's ears. But there were several other principles outlined in the previous motion. And my sense from the reports and the conversation today is that they're all still applicable and satisfactory, and that there's no fatal flaws in any of the other principles besides no taxpayer funding. But I just wanted to test that with you, Mr. Bashir, or with any of your colleagues to make sure that all of those other principles were also still suitable and applicable, or whether there was anything we should address today.
Thank you, Mayor Iveson, for the question. I'll be very brief and then hand it off back to Jeffrey or Bob. But this has been our light, our guiding light, if you will, and beyond in terms of how we move the project ahead. The 6 criteria was a foundational piece for allowing us to get on the same page, if you will, what was necessary to make the project succeed. And it's been every one of our conversations over that period of time, from when we first had that conversation at council to where we are today. Jeffrey, maybe you want to add on top of that, and I'll let you fill in some gaps.
Yes, thanks, Naseem. Mr. Mayor, the principles were essentially important in the development, not just of the framework. We're from the master agreement framework. Many commercial agreements are going to flow from that, and if you were to read through that document, you see every single principle woven in, and that document is foundational to every future conversation, meeting, negotiation, or regulatory process that we're going to have, not just at the city, but at the province and the federal government. Also, having those principles established early allowed the management team to be guided by them on every little decision that we made day to day. And the debt markets and the equity markets picked up on that and appreciated that. And it gives us confidence, and it gives our investment groups confidence that so long as we can demonstrate very honorably that we're staying true to those principles and we're doing the homework to fulfill them and maintain our commitment to them, that we have a lot of confidence in our ability to move forward in alignment with the city. And so all in all, just having those principles formalized and woven into our documents has proven a very positive thing for our team.
Well, that's great. I mean, I think it's equally helpful to have that clarity for our public, especially since there's been confusion about this in the past, but today's really clarified it, and it still works for you and has been helpful for you as well, which I'm pleased to hear. A quick question maybe to Ms. Riopel. Appreciate your representations on behalf of the Chamber and the broader business community. I trust you'll make the same representations to the senior orders of government with respect to their regulatory reviews around this, and that this would be favorable from investment attraction, jobs creation, and civic activation, all the points that Maggie and others have made, and Chris and others have made about the soft value of this, but you'll articulate all of that as well to those other orders of government?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for that reminder. But it definitely is top of our agenda to make the same comments to all orders of government and encourage a seamless and an open transition so that we can move forward with this project.
Well, it's this is one place where we want to be really careful about not cutting the wrong red tape. There is good reason for certain safety regulations around this, but if we can get the rest of it moving in a sensible way, that makes sense. So thank you for your help with that. Last question to Mr. O'Byrne. For me, one of the most exciting parts of this is the potential of this, especially if taxpayers don't have to foot the bill, is that it's a solution, again, without a cost to the public, to ensuring access to allow activation of particularly the Rossdale power plant as also a landmark sort of marquee attraction site in the city. Can you talk a little bit more about what this could make possible in your estimation for that building in that part of the River Valley?
Your Worship, I think I'm not alone in thinking that a lot of us Edmontonians have been very aspirational about what we really hope could happen at the Rossdale power plant, and that it could be, this could have a catalytic effect to really get things going in terms of creating what would one day potentially be a bit of a waterfront district to go from here to further east, almost to the Tawatina Bridge, in terms of an area that it doesn't mean turning into full-blown the Forks or Granville Island necessarily in terms of that scale of commercialization. But I think Edmontonians would want 95% of the River Valley to stay in a really natural area, a natural state. But if there was an area to be a little bit more urban, in an area that could have a vibrant urban village and museums and galleries and some shops, it would be around the Rossdale power plant, the bones of which are brilliant, whether it becomes like the Tate Modern Museum in London, or other beautiful buildings that have been restored. People love that industrial heritage, and then you put that together with a phenomenal mode of transportation like a gondola. There's a beautiful story there in terms of transportation and how people would prefer to get around, and then also in terms of tourism. I think we're debating this a little bit today, but I think if you were to fast forward 10 years from now, I suspect that Edmontonians and tourist Edmonton would put this on the top 3 things to do in the whole broader region list. And I feel very confident about that. And I believe a lot of the other people speaking today feel the same way. That area has probably the largest gap between what it is today and what the potential for it is tomorrow. When we talk about touch the water, we talk about our relationship with the River Valley. There's not enough areas so we can get close to the water where we can really experience it closer in. And I think that this provides a kind of the first of a future step in terms of a catalytic impact on transforming this part of Edmonton. And again, I don't want that to happen everywhere in the River Valley, but if there's a place that makes the most amount of sense, it would be exactly right here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes panel number 1. Thank you all for coming and speaking with us today and for answering questions. I'm going to encourage all the members of panel 1 to leave the call and to follow along on the YouTube channel so that we have room for everybody that is signing up. We are going to commence with panel 2. Though we won't be able to get through everyone prior to lunch, we will continue after lunch. Council will take a break from 12 to 1:30. So with that being said, thank you very much. We're going to begin panel 2, and the first speaker is Amber Poliquin, and then followed by Mr. Eric Gormley. Amber, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. The project that you're being presented today started with very humble beginnings. Picture a husband and wife sitting at the dinner table in their little townhouse, talking about entering a contest known as the Edmonton Project. The Edmonton Project was an open competition for Edmontonians to submit an idea to improve the city and build something that Edmonton could be proud of. Our idea was to construct a gondola connecting White Ave to downtown with a stop in Rossdale along the way. We came up with this idea based on our travels. We'd seen gondolas in action as part of the transit systems in European cities, and we thought that a gondola would be a great fit for Edmonton. We wrote a proposal with the theme of imagine. Imagine driving up Gateway Boulevard when you see a gondola soaring over the horizon. Imagine seeing the beauty of our river valley in full fall colors from the sky. Imagine commuting between downtown and White Ave in under 10 minutes. We submitted our proposal and we waited. There were over 300 submissions from different people with different ideas, and we were thrilled when we were selected for the top 10. And that's when our work really started. We had to convince a panel of 5 Edmontonians that our idea was the best for the city, and we had 7 minutes to do it. The project became like a puzzle to us, and we worked crazy hours outside of our regular jobs to put the pieces together. It was a steep learning curve. I'm a full-time science teacher, and together my husband and I operate a small tour company, but we're not engineers nor part of the construction world. We had very little experience with project development, and we realized that we needed help from experts. So we started reaching out. We talked with the three primary gondola manufacturers, a gondola consultant, a biologist, the city's Office of Indigenous Relations, APCOR, various city planners, the Transit Advisory Board, and basically anyone else willing to give us their time and expertise. At the same time, media started to take notice of the competition, and we were invited to come talk about the gondola on TV and radio. People were curious. They wanted to learn more about the project and know what it could do for our city. Finally, our presentation day came, and we pitched our idea in the form of a TED Talk with simple visuals. And we nervously waited while the competition brought out the big guns with professional videos. We were shocked and delighted to be selected as the winners. I will always remember our daughters jumping up and down with excitement and running up to us and embracing us in bear hugs, and how proud I felt as a mother to share that moment with them. The city was excited too. We did 10 media interviews that next day, and our phones rang off the hook. People from across Canada, the US, and Europe were inquiring about the project. They were excited to share ideas for similar projects in their own cities, and they complimented Edmonton for being such forward thinkers and leaders. A personal highlight for me was when one of my physics students told me that I was her hero. It made me realize the impact that a project like this can have on our youth. The idea that two ordinary Edmontonians can have a dream, work hard towards getting it realized, and have it supported by others is a powerful motivator for our future innovators and city builders. We wouldn't be here today without the amazing group of people who heard about this project, were excited for what it could do for our city, and have volunteered their time and expertise to take this project to the next level. We're incredibly proud to be part of this team. And sometimes we have to pinch ourselves as we can't believe how far our ideas come. In just under 3 years, a family from the little Edmonton community of Royal Gardens may realize their dream of helping to build their city's future. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Now we'll have Mr. Eric Gormley, followed by Patsy Cotterill. Mr. Gormley, please go ahead.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Eric Gormley, and I'm a representative of Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition. And we oppose the gondola. And there's 3 reasons why a gondola through Edmonton's River Valley is not a good idea. First, it would take away from the beauty of the valley. No matter what you try to do with them, transportation corridors never end up being pretty. Then there's the 13 towers in the valley, as high as 37 meters, the cars, the steel cables. Cable cars funneling through Queenie Park's forest would distract from its quiet beauty. And can you imagine having a peaceful picnic in Queenie Park, which took 23 years to assemble, with a steady stream of cable cars looming overhead? Secondly, a gondola harms the environment. The monocable system being proposed typically requires a cut line. In Banff, Jasper, Squamish, and Spokane, the vegetation below the gondola line have been cleared, maybe for health and safety reasons. This puts Queenie's forest in danger. But even if they are able to get above most trees, other trees will be cut to accommodate the towers. 2 towers would have to be placed in heavily forested, environmentally sensitive areas of Queenie Park. Large equipment would be brought in to anchor one large tower to bedrock, and who knows about the other one. Deer tracks are common in the area. The construction and loss of trees would be disruptive to the regional wildlife corridor and to our biodiversity goals. Thirdly, the gondola is an urban contrivance out of place in the valley. Central Park architect Frederick Law Olmsted said, A park should present the greatest possible contrast with town conditions. Edmonton's river valley already has lots of roads and ways for people to access it. The valley is thick with people, especially so during this current pandemic. And they're running, they're jogging, they're skating, they're walking, and in the summertime they're sitting, enjoying the landscape, taking a break from town conditions. Steel, concrete, and cables don't add to the outdoor experience. Edmonton has the most outstanding park system of any city in the world, and yet the gondola doesn't build onto the work of 4 generations who have assembled and protected the land as a public common. This venture is meant to urbanize, to monetize, to privatize the river valley. One of the gondola stations at the water's edge is designed to host a fine dining restaurant, weddings, Christmas parties, corporate events, and other private functions. Rather than urbanize parks, here's a chance to make up for loss of green space brought about by construction of the LRT and funicular, not to mention the solar farm. Here's a chance to plan for and absorb the wave of people from up top wanting to escape to the forests below. Because the river valley is so unique, some have advocated for national park status. This would create massive tourism potential for Edmonton. However, adding urban infrastructure could jeopardize this. Parks Canada rejected a gondola proposal in Banff because it didn't serve the agency's policies on limits to development. In the river valley, maybe there are limits to development we should be observing. In conclusion, we are in a climate and a biodiversity crisis. Recognizing this, 12,000 households in the province have put up Defend Alberta Parks signs, and people by the thousands are pushing back against opening up the eastern slopes to coal mining. Sanctioning a gondola through Edmonton's river valley is the very kind of thinking Albertans are rebelling against. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. And now I'll have Ms. Cotterill speak, and on deck will be Panita McBrien. Ms. Cotterill.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Patsy Cotterill. I'm a citizen, and I'm also, like Eric, a member of the Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition. And I too want to present an alternative view to all the hype we've heard this morning. As a taxpayer and a fairly passionate defender of the River Valley, I want to register my displeasure that the gondola project has even got this far. I'm angry that taxpayer money is paying for administration's time in even considering this proposal, let alone in continuing to work with Prairie Sky to advance it. In my opinion, it's a cockamamie, completely unnecessary proposal dreamed up by dreamers that will introduce ugly infrastructure not only into the river valley, but also into the downtown areas. It will create airspace pollution and ground space pollution. I recommend that Council vote not to advance this agreement framework, therefore. I'd like to make a few observations. First of all, regarding environmental concerns. Administration seems very confident that mitigation will prove no obstacle to any environmental damage in the river valley. And they're also confident that the proposal will prove essential in accordance with the River Valley bylaw. Well, why wouldn't they be confident? Experience shows that projects that have outside funding are invariably deemed essential, proving only that the River Valley bylaw is useless to do what it is supposed to do. That is, protect the river valley from non-essential development. Yet nothing could be less essential than this gondola scheme. As for the idea of tree relocation that has been put forward, well, good luck with that. Mature trees do not take well to being moved, and it's facile to think that vegetation can be moved around and the ecosystem remain the same. Another observation, gondolas up at mountains. They make sense when you have to get a lot of people up a steep mountainside very often in a remote area where there are no roads. but there are no mountains in Edmonton, and there are plenty of roads. Yes, some cities in South America have gondolas, but these seem to be cities that are densely spread over mountains, where again, gondolas might make sense. Yes, Edmonton does have a river to cross, but it has 6 bridges in a 2.5 kilometer span to do this, allowing trains, cars, buses, a tram, cyclists and pedestrians to cross the river and proceed to other destinations. I ask, if gondolas are so wonderful, why do so few cities seem to have them? I guess Mr. Luke Guy would dispute this, but this is according to Google. London, England, as you've heard, has a gondola, the only one in the whole of the UK, according to Google. It's a 1 kilometer cable car system that crosses the Thames in the Dockland area. It cost some $106 million Canadian dollars to build in 2011 and was largely paid for by foreign money. It was sponsored by the United Arab Emirates Airline. Yet Prairie Sky plans to build a 2.5 kilometer line with $130 to $150 million in 2021. Yes, London's gondola is a tourist attraction, and it seems Prairie Sky's gondola is intended to be a tourist attraction too. However, Edmonton is not London, nor does it have the extended tourist season that London does. Even so, London's cable car has been controversial and called a white elephant. I would like to point out that Edmonton citizens and tourists can get wonderful views of our river and Edmonton skyline from viewpoints along our high river terraces and from the bridges. If London's rates were to be the model, Edmonton gondola riders could expect to pay $6 to $8 per trip, rather more than $3.50 on regular transit. So it's not likely to be attractive to poor commuters. I'd like to say that the 5 stations, even fancied up with toilets and cafes, basically accommodate heavy machinery and docking cable cars. They're big, single-purpose monstrosities. The towers can't be dressed up in any way except maybe by balloons. They're ugly, and 13 of the 20 are located in the river valley. Prairie Sky may have an appealing name, but it doesn't seem to recognize that the North Saskatchewan River is a prairie river. Its chief attraction lies not in any urban infrastructure, but in the fringe of trees that line its banks. Trees that turn fresh green in the spring and beautiful gold in the fall. And it's also the parks and ravines that form the river valley, and that are such an important habitat for plants and wildlife. Development only detracts from these assets. I agree that Rossdale has great potential for redevelopment, but a gondola isn't necessary to make this happen.
Thank
Edmonton
you.
should quit trying to ape big cities around the world and instead concentrate on its uniqueness as a prairie parkland city in a bioregion, which is the Parkland Natural Region, that is actually quite rare in the world.
Thank you
Let
very
our dreamers
much.
dream about that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cotterill. That's your time. Thank you very much. We'll move to Ms. McBrien, followed by Ms. Clausen. Please go ahead, Ms. McBrien.
Thank you. There are a few key priority areas that come to mind when we talk about our economic development goals for downtown. I think it's also well understood that a vibrant downtown is one of our economy's most critical assets as we look to the future for our entire city. So many of our priorities for downtown are actually citywide economic development priorities. Things like investment attraction, increased tourism, and ensuring that our businesses in our downtown are able to attract and retain the talent that they need from wherever they are currently in order to grow and flourish here. Other priorities for downtown include attracting more residents and residential development into Center City, which is obviously closely aligned with the city plan. Making our river valley more accessible for everyone, including those who have mobility challenges. As well as offering multiple convenient transportation options to reduce traffic congestion in and out of the core. As we know, many of our bridges and roads are extremely congested with traffic, and the more that our city grows and the more that our downtown grows, the more that's going to be a challenge, and we know that convenient transportation options are a challenge often. I'm not exaggerating when I say that the Prairie Sky Gondola project, as proposed, checks virtually all of the boxes for the DBA in terms of our strategic planning goals. The opportunity ahead of us here feels massive, with the private sector stepping up to build something like this that meets so many of our objectives as a city in terms of building a vibrant and economically prosperous city, and building a city that we're proud to promote all over the world. I'll add that, as you know, this project itself is being led and championed by passionate and invested local business leaders. And in securing investment for their project from all over the world, they're out there selling Edmonton. They're selling the potential of this place. And I cannot overstate how valuable this kind of international championing of our city is when we think, again, about economic development and recovery. My board of directors and I did have questions about the project prior to the release of this report, but after reviewing the materials, we feel confident that the framework that's been outlined is going to set the project up for success and is going to set our whole city up for success, and certainly set our core up for success. Any risks that remain, which we believe are going to be well mitigated, are well worth it when we consider the net positive impact that this project can have on our community and on our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then we'll have Ms. Clausen, followed by Lynn Winton. Ms. Clausen.
Hello, thank you. I would echo a lot of what Panita has said as well. I'm Sheree Clausen. I'm the Executive Director of the Old Strathcona Business Association. On behalf of our Board of Directors and nearly 600 businesses in Old Strathcona and White Avenue, we'd also like to express our support of the Prairie Sky Gondola project. As we've stated in the past many times at Council, we believe that better connectivity between our central core communities, both north and south of the river, is very much needed as we see growing population. We also see that the added connection will have a very positive economic impact. We see this opportunity to attract tourism, enhance the core of our city as a destination, support festival traffic, and highlight our river valley in a way we don't currently do. This type of innovative city building is a positive direction for our city and our business improvement areas in the core. Tying into the current transportation and transit network will be a key element that supports our goals of creating a more connected, walkable, and accessible district. The project aligns with the Strathcona ARP, the city plan, which supports building a city of 2 million people, and taking some of the congestion off our roadways. As we're starting economic recovery and business recruitment efforts, we see this project as a catalyst to attracting investment, business development, and tourism, which is very welcome to our struggling business district. This next step in approving the proposed engagement framework is a key step towards making this project a reality, and it will also ensure risk mitigation measures are in place. We applaud the efforts of this private company and their city building, and we look forward to the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next will be Ms. Winton, and on deck will be Scott Varga. Ms. Winton, please.
Good morning, City Councillors and committee members, honored guests. My name is Lynn Whiten, and I'm Director of Stakeholder and Government Relations at Edmonton Airports. Thank you for the opportunity to present this morning. I'm pleased to speak today on behalf of the Edmonton Regional Airports Authority and to express our resolute support for the development of the Prairie Sky Gondola. We see that this visionary project will bring a number of key benefits to our city. First, jobs creation through the development of smart infrastructure. It is critical in this challenging time that our infrastructure investments be focused in areas that will both efficiently provide jobs and drive additional short-term economic outcomes. It's clear to us that Prairie Sky Gondola clearly belongs in this category, as its $150 million investment not only creates valuable construction and operation jobs, but also offers immediate positive outcomes beyond the opening investment cycles in a number of vital sectors in the Edmonton region, including tourism, hotels, hospitality, transportation, and others. Of critical importance, all the above positive outcomes are within reach within a few months of project commissioning. Also of note is that tourism sector jobs are an excellent starting point for younger workers as they begin their career. Given Edmonton's youthful demographics, this is a real benefit of Prairie Sky. A second benefit is the growth of the regional visitor economy. Whether it's a 10,000 person conference deciding where to hold their next event, or a young family choosing where to have their vacation adventures, Prairie Sky offers Edmonton a modern, fun attraction that will generate visitors and valuable spending by visitors in the hotel, hospitality, and tourism sectors. This is especially true for Edmonton's valuable visiting friends and relatives segment, who will find that Prairie Sky offers another compelling reason to visit our city. Based on our extensive and continuing discussions with global industry leaders, we see that the opportunity for visitors to move through and over the North Saskatchewan River Valley is a remarkable one, and that the gondola will quickly gain national and global profile as an experience not to be missed when visiting Western Canada. Our third benefit is that it will improve Edmonton's sustainability practice. Edmonton International Airport proudly participates in a community of regional and national organizations that are committed to improving our sustainability outcomes. Prairie Sky will join that team in delivering excellent outcomes in greenhouse gas reductions as fewer commuters use vehicles to move through our river valley. In addition, the social aspect of expanded mobility options will be valued daily by citizens and visitors alike as they move through our city. These sustainability outcomes will be valuable messages to the world to demonstrate that Edmonton is a progressive city that brings on new practices effectively. Our fourth and final benefit is that it will generate profile that will welcome newcomers. Edmonton's growing global brand is based on our commitments to education, arts and culture, technology, and entrepreneurship. Prairie Sky, with its refreshing vision and innovations, supports the arrival of new citizens who bring to Edmonton their own dreams and plans to further develop our city and its brand. Prairie Sky is just the type of development that welcomes thoughtful new citizens committed to living in healthy, innovative ways that use technology and new thinking to make our region, province, and country better. In closing, our city's recovery from the pandemic must include expanded tourism product offerings, as our region will then be able to take advantage of the pent-up demand for safe, novel tourism experiences. In other words, we'll be more prepared to welcome visitors and their valuable spending that will then drive jobs and investment in our visitor economy. Simply put, Prairie Sky Gondola would be one of those experiences that would offer new visitors a perspective on our city right when we need it the most. Thank you very much for offering us the opportunity to express our support for this work. Please reach out if I can offer more assistance in planning based on City Council's direction and then executing this valuable initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitten, and appreciate that. And now we'll go to Scott Varga and on deck, Christina Varga.
Good morning. I am actually representing Scott and Christina Varga this morning, and we're very excited to present in support of this project. And as investors in this project, we've seen the whole journey. And both my wife and myself, who now have a young family, neither of us grew up in Edmonton. And one of the things that has really grown on us ultimately is the River Valley, learning how important and vital it is to the cultural and economic success of Edmonton, but also what makes Edmonton different. It is one of the main speaking points when we tell others that aren't from Edmonton about our amazing city. And one of the biggest challenges is, how do you truly get to experience the River Valley? And this project is one of those new and innovative ways to do that, while making a city-making opportunity, a place-making opportunity, and that iconic image as well for our city. So when I think about what's going to keep my kids here in Edmonton, we saw even the article today in the journal about brain drain happening in Calgary. We know it's so real throughout our whole province. Support for people with innovative ideas to move through the layers of our democratic system like this, like citizen-led projects, excites me as someone who lives in Edmonton and who wants my kids to stay in Edmonton. Not only is it the outcome of this project, but it's actually the process. And that's what makes me so proud to be a part of this project. And I know that there's going to be so many tangential pieces from this. As someone who's worked downtown Edmonton my entire career since living in Edmonton, someone who used to live on Saskatchewan Drive, parallel to Endesteel Park, this makes perfect sense for myself, who used to walk from Saskatchewan Drive all the way downtown and back every single day. That's how I experienced my River Valley as a commute. I would have absolutely use this as a form of my commute, as a form of entertainment, as a form of showcasing my city as my family members would come and friends would come to visit me in Edmonton. So thank you so much for listening and just hearing out the whole proceedings about this exciting project that is absolutely going to make Edmonton another element of a world-class city.
Thank you very much. At this point now, we'll go to Raquel Farreau.
So sorry about that. Little slow on the uptake. You can hear AA?
I can hear you just fine.
Thanks, Councillor Eslinger. I could buy a lot of what the proponents, well, a bit of what the proponents are claiming today if their project was proposed for an area with a transportation need. Somewhere that a new LRT crossing and so many other multimodal crossings did not already exist. To me, it feels administration is working to steward this process through council at the public's expense. Either administration is cruel or they're winking and hoping does not read the River Valley bylaw or have a good understanding of when new transportation corridors should be approved. To me, it feels like signals are being given to suggest a new transportation corridor could be approved, despite the fact that so many other crossings exist, many of them new, and so close by. I hear little consternation in administration's report about the environmental degradation or in Prairie Sky's report. I note the low environmental risk assessment in administration's report, yet a key intent of the River Valley bylaw is to avoid gratuitous river crossings, and the point seems missed. This gondola is creating a new transportation corridor, a new seismic line through the valley, where many others, again, already exist, again, in very close proximity. A gondola in the valley is not essential because it's a gondola in the valley, and it would just be a gondola if it wasn't in the valley. That's not what the River Valley bylaw essential clause is all about. We don't want, in my opinion, the south side of our river where the project crosses just as degraded as on the north. I think we have learned, and we're learning, that biodiversity and climate change are a twin crisis that we must address. This project just adds further load to our fossil fuel intensive grid, and it further erodes biodiversity. I think we need to start looking at cumulative impacts and understand that our valley functions for wildlife, not just people. We need to be a bit less anthropocentric, and it's not a question of old growth forest because our whole river valley is a disturbed and novel landscape, and it makes no difference to the deer. All the deer want is space. All urban landscapes are novel and disturbed, a mixture of settler and indigenous plants, and the deer adapt. What they don't like is narrow killing zones. So 6 seismic lines of transport is worse for wildlife than traffic over 5. That's the point. Our valley still functions well as a wildlife corridor, but we're coming very close to losing that function. In some places, deer no longer visit or stay. In this location, the deer do stay. We've seen deer tracks. We've seen deer scat in that area. We've seen deer browse. So from a public perspective, it's not reassuring that council and administration are investing so many resources into this private project. It feels subsidized. It feels it proposes unmitigated carbon and biodiversity impacts, and that the cost to the public is huge, whether they know it now or whether they learn it later. Places with, like the Forks that we've heard about today, are many, but places with functioning wildlife corridors are rare and must be increasingly valued. I would love to see our city put in as much time working with developers on affordable housing projects. I would love to see the same focus on jobs and investment go into the need for green jobs and green investment. those that we need to stay within our carbon budget. So I hope council sends me a few deeper questions than the softball questions that are being asked of the many future campaign funders today. I feel a bit underfunded and outnumbered in my influence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to Malcolm Bruce.
Madam Chair, Malcolm Bruce hasn't checked in yet, but our office is currently reaching out to him.
Okay, well, maybe he can join us at 1:30. Is Brent Jensen online?
I am. I'll be speaking for both Malcolm Bruce and myself on behalf of Edmonton Global.
Great, thank you. Please go ahead.
Sure. So I am with Edmonton Global. Edmonton Global is an economic development corporation focused on radically transforming and growing the economy of our Edmonton metropolitan region. I've worked with entrepreneurs, innovators, educators, advocates across the region for the past 18 months, and I've seen a lot of uncertainty, hardship, and loss, but I've also seen a lot of triumph and incredible achievements that should be celebrated. A short list here that I have in front of me is 4,000 new businesses started up in our region last year. We had Dr. Michael Houghton, who was awarded the Nobel Prize. No less than 5 people from our region received the Order of Canada. Local tech companies like DriveWise and Jobbers each raised over $70 million in growth funding. Now, those are great. And what we want people to know, we are outward facing. I work in other countries. If COVID wasn't here, I'd be on a plane today. And my big pitch is that although our airport code is YEG, we like to believe that YEG stands for young, educated, growing. We're we're the youngest regions in Canada with just a median age of just 36 years of age. To complement this, we've been celebrated as the best community in Canada for youth and youth work. And part of the matrix for evaluating that is how easy it is to move about the city. We're educated from pre-K to PhD. Our region is among the most educated in the world. Over 160,000 students in our 7 post-secondary. We increasingly attract larger numbers of foreign students into our region. We're also recognized as one of the most entrepreneurial regions in Canada, and we're growing. Already one of the largest economic centers in Canada with a national GDP of over $105 billion, we're the fastest growing region in the country. Now, along with that growth will come people. People will continue to come, jobs will continue to come. We have some lofty goals. By 2031, our goal is 670 core Edmonton tech companies, and that's about 30,000 plus jobs. Even just by 2026, 224 core Edmonton tech companies were 19,000 jobs. We know that we have a brain drain here as well. I heard about the brain drain in Calgary, that comment. The brain drain is here in Edmonton as well. Tech and computing science jobs leaving the University of Alberta after graduation equates to about 600 to 1,000 people per year out of the University of Alberta alone. Now, what that looks like for us is we need more arrows in our quiver in order to promote our city as a great place, a continued great place to live and grow. I ride my bike as often as I can. I ride it from the University of Alberta Farm to ATB Place every day, and it's 25 minutes by car, 20 minutes by bicycle. I know that the gondola project will alleviate cars on the road as we grow. Anybody who works downtown, one of the first conversations you'll have with them is how's parking? Where do you park? Having that essential infrastructure, on the tourist side, yes, it'll be fantastic. On the transportation side, absolutely essential in connecting our city. I'm continually impressed with the group that is putting this together. Every conversation, I was a naysayer at first, but every conversation with them and every step of the way, they continually ask more and more questions. Are we doing the right thing? How can we change, make this more efficient? And how can we meet demand of the city? Definitely not navel gazers, but extremely analytical thinkers that want to create great solutions to a great city. In closing, I moved here after coming from Tabor and then Taiwan. I moved here in 1999. It's not the same city it was in 1999. It's not the same city it was 5 years ago. But we can't think behind us on what was. We have to start thinking of sustaining a population of 2 million. How will they get around? Where will they park? And what type of city do we want to be in 10, 15, 20 years down the road? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Well, folks, we've come to the lunch break. We will continue with panel 2 after lunch, so we're going to take a break from 12 to 1:30. We ask that you all be here and ready for 1:30. And just so everyone knows, we have 7 more speakers in panel 2, then we'll have conversation. And to date, we have 5 speakers now in the 3rd panel. So just so you have a sense of where we're going. So we are recessed until 1:30. Thank you all very much. Welcome back to Urban Planning Committee. Hopefully you've all had a good break, and we will just continue on with speakers in panel 2. The next one I have up is Croy Johnston. Please go ahead.
Point of order, Madam Chair, are you gonna do the roll call again?
Oh, I must do that. Sorry, I was just so eager to hear from folks. Good thinking. So let's do roll call. Councillor Banga, are you here?
Of course.
Councillor Katarina.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Henderson?
Yep, I'm here.
Mayor Iveson? Not with us yet. And any other members of council?
It's Mike Nickel here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. It's Andrew Knack here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor Esslinger. It's Councillor Walters.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's Scott McKean.
Good afternoon, Councillor McKean. Great. So now that we've done that, I might as well do this while I'm thinking of it. I have forgot to ask about councillor inquiries as well, if we had any. We did not, so we will commence now with panel 2. And the first up I have is Croy Johnston from Beljan. Are you with us this afternoon? Madam Clerk, have they checked in?
Yeah, he has checked in, Madam Chair. His audio doesn't seem to be working.
Maybe the clerk's office could reach out to Mr. Johnstone, and I will come back to him, and we'll go to the next speaker. I have Kaylee Haynes. Are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry, just give me 1 second. Okay, thank you, and hello, everyone. My name is Kaylee Haynes, and I'm here today to speak in strong support of the Urban Gondola project. I was born here in Edmonton and lived for most of my life in Park Allen, spending countless hours on transit in the areas where the Urban Gondola is proposed to be constructed. I went to university here, I had my son here, and I found my career path here. But if I'm being honest, I didn't always plan on staying here. I have always loved Edmonton. There is a quiet authenticity about this city, and we are blessed with many natural amenities, including our beautiful river valley. Although I have always loved Edmonton, I have in the past felt somewhat stifled by the city. Like there was so much potential in the people, places, and resources here, but for some reason, Edmonton would often feel stagnant, like it wasn't moving forward and evolving, and so many interesting, bright, ambitious friends of mine were constantly leaving for Calgary, Toronto, and Vancouver. My first job out of high school was at Paul Travel on Rice Howard Way. I lived downtown at that time, and I walked 20 minutes to and from work each day, and I vividly remember just how depressing downtown was at that time. It was 2008, and by 5:30 p.m., Edmonton's core was a ghost town. On those 20-minute walks past closed retailers and empty restaurants, I would plan my escape from the city. I'm happy to say my plans for escape did not come to fruition. In 2017, I began working in Bell Tower, and I was astonished at the transformation the area was undergoing. The Ice District, 104th Street, 124th Street, and the LRT connecting so many more people in a direct way to the core had started to light up the city in a way I had never seen before. Many of my friends who had originally talked about moving away from Edmonton instead began to buy condos downtown. And although by that point I lived further away on the south edges of the city, the new vibrancy of Edmonton's core and my ability to LRT and not worry about traffic in and out of downtown made me feel so much more connected to the people and places I loved. I have a car, of course. I often hear Edmonton is a driving city, and I agree. But I do dream of not needing a car here one day, and I believe that the Urban Gondola brings us one step closer to that future. I now work in land development and more deeply understand the complicated business of city planning. all the hurdles, all the roadblocks, and unfortunately, the cynicism that can creep in because of the sheer number of often conflicting needs and wants of so many stakeholders. It is far easier to keep the status quo in the face of so many opinions and pressures on time and resources than to push for something new. I see this reality often in my day-to-day work, but despite understanding more than ever all the reasons why we may not evolve as a city, I have become more and more hopeful and excited about the fact that we are evolving and there are incredibly talented, innovative thinkers putting in the work to bring that evolution to my hometown. The LRT, the ICE District, and now the Urban Gondola are complicated projects that can draw a lot of opinion, cynicism, and doubt. I am forever grateful for all the private individuals and public employees who have spent countless hours to make these projects a reality against those odds, because it has shifted our entire city onto a new trajectory. When my son grows up, I want him to look around and be proud of this city. I want him to be inspired and connected to the people and places here, and that starts with being the type of city that doesn't settle for the status quo. I'm so excited about the prospect that we may have an urban gondola here in the near future. I will be more likely to lure my friends back to visit me in Edmonton to experience this unique amenity. I will be more likely to plan meandering days near the river valley with my son, knowing I can bribe him away from his iPad with a gondola ride. I'm excited about the specific opportunities this kind of activation of our transportation network and River Valley area will bring. But more importantly, I'm excited about what kind of city we are voting for when we pursue big, creative, trailblazing projects like the Urban Gondola. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And now we'll go up to, I have Chris, is Mr. Johnstone with us again? I'll go try Croy Johnstone.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can now. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I'm Croy Johnston with Beljan Development. I'm also a recent urban and regional planning graduate from the University of Alberta. I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the Prairie Sky Gondola project, as I feel this is a great opportunity for the City of Edmonton, as it will provide a functional connection through our core and to our two main districts, but also it will create a vibrant pedestrian experience at all the stops. Not only will this be a way of bringing people into these districts, but it also could be seen as a way of spurring further tangible investment into the areas. The Gondola project is a great way of seamlessly connecting downtown, the River Valley, and Old Strathcona together by one mode of transport. Currently, it feels like there's a real void of connection from the north and south of the river and a weak link between downtown and Old Strathcona. I believe the gondola would foster a link that facilitates opportunity for people and ideas to move freely. The gondola project would also bring us closer to meeting our city plan goals, like ensuring we're connecting districts to one another through a diverse range of transportation options, ensuring mobility systems are provided where people can move seamlessly from one travel option to another, and providing opportunity for people to access, enjoy, and connect to the River Valley and ravine system. To add, the River Valley is one of Edmonton's most valuable assets, and I think we've seen how desirable and utilized it is with some of the additions to it, like the funicular, the Innu Indigenous Art Park, and the hill at Walterdale Bridge. However, as it stands today, it seems that you need to have a car or need to be able-bodied to access it. The connection from either downtown or Old Strathcona is quite troublesome, and some would say non-existent. The gondola provides a safe, more appropriate connection to our river valley that I think everyone would utilize and truly appreciate. It would also allow for people to explore areas of the city that may not otherwise have been able to. I just want to end it off on a personal note, and I think people would agree. I think it would be absolutely fantastic to spend a Saturday afternoon at an Edmonton Riverhawks game and then take the gondola to White Ave or downtown to continue the evening. Ease of connection between districts and projects like this create special opportunities and vibrant and livable cities that people desire. This is a huge opportunity for the city, and I strongly support the Prairie Sky Gondola project.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker would be Chris Talaba, and on deck will be Steve Hogel. Mr. Talaba.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of Council and Urban Planning Committee. I'm Chris Delava speaking on behalf of Beljan Development. Many of you know that we have a number of properties that we develop primarily in the urban core parts of the city, downtown, 124th Street, and White Avenue. It's these types of initiatives, in our opinion, that are something that should be embraced by the city. I'll admit I was originally very skeptical when I first heard about the gondola proposal. In fact, I thought it was quite gimmicky. It wasn't until I attended a stakeholder meeting a few months later where I learned about the various types of gondola systems operating throughout the world. That's where I was sold on primarily two threads. Here's an opportunity to directly connect two, if not three, of our most important areas, downtown, Old Strathcona, and potentially at that time, the Rossdale River area. It also was a way of providing another alternative mode of transportation connecting between a very tough geographical divide, which is the river and the river valley. I thought that this was a very smart way and something that we've seen other places that have these types of challenges use this system to basically bridge the gap. As mentioned earlier by Mr. Hanson Carlson, this proposal is part of building a great city. Building a great city requires the drive, ambition, and resources of everybody, private, public, and nonprofits. I think it's important for council to embrace working with the private sector in these types of initiatives. In particular, the private sector is looking at taking on the majority of the risk and costs associated with providing such a system. As mentioned earlier, I think this is a great way to connect three very important parts of our city, one that we very much over the last several decades struggled to connect: our river, our downtown, and White Avenue. I think that this is a great way to bridge the gap. Something that can also be great for tourism, and something that we could say took a little bit of outside the box thinking, and it can be leveraged to maybe use in other modes of transportation and other great city building initiatives throughout the city. So that is my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mr. Steve Hogle, and on deck will be Jacqueline Noga. Mr. Hogle, when you're ready.
Thank you very much. I am here today as part of the Edmonton Riverhawks baseball team, led by Dr. Randy Gray. Our team has just moved into Remax Field, where we will be for the next 10 years and beyond. And we are grateful to be able to address the Urban Planning Committee today in regards to the people who could ultimately become our neighbors in Rossdale. But this is far more than a development in the neighborhood. Like ourselves, the people behind the Prairie Sky Gondola project a grand vision. They have a terrific impact locally if this comes to fruition, and it also has far-reaching appeal. The River Valley has become home to a growing number of people during the pandemic, and one of the few silver linings of COVID-19. People leaving their homes and offices to head outside for some invigorating winter activity or discovering some for the first time one of Edmonton's greatest assets, the ribbon of green that carves a route through the capital region. It's wonderful to see those people out there seeing, loving the River Valley, and it changes the way they think about their city. And any visitor who gets down to Horlack Park, Mill Creek Ravine, White Mud Park, any of the other parks also walk away with a greater appreciation for Edmonton and all it has to offer. The crowds in Canada's largest urban park during the pandemic have also shown us something else. The options for getting into the River Valley are limited. There can be congestion on the roads at the top of the banks, and once you've negotiated the traffic and made it down into the valley, it's common to discover even more lineups. I've driven or ridden by Victoria Oval more than once this winter to see the parking lot full and drivers being waved to move along and keep driving down River Road. We have seen much the same for other events in parks in the River Valley in the past, and we expect to see many more at Riverhawks games and other events we're planning at Remax Field. These bottlenecks will tighten further with some initiatives such as Touch the River, which we're big fans of, but that development will reduce the number of roads and parking spots. So with access challenges becoming greater, we must find creative solutions to alleviate it and make it easy for people to get into the River Valley. And we believe the Prairie Sky Gondola is a wonderful way to help address this challenge. The concept is innovative, it's exciting, it's cool, and it's functional. It can get tens of thousands of people into the River Valley or across the river from downtown to the south side or vice versa. that's moving a lot of people and getting a lot of vehicular traffic out of the River Valley. It's a fantastic project, and not just for the residents of the capital region. This has far bigger, broader implications. Tourists will come to check out the gondola in River City. People in town for business or just visiting will want to try a ride on the gondola. It will get them easily to different parts of the city that have so much to offer. Our beautiful parkland, Old Stoneham, and of course the downtown as well. And with all of those people, it will help them change the way they think about Edmonton. Locals will take greater pride in the place they call home, and visitors will leave our city more impressed with Edmonton than what they might have imagined in the past. The people behind the project have done their homework, and it is, of course, appealing that they're not coming hat in hand seeking public money. But I'm also impressed with the way that they've worked with Indigenous people, including our friends at the Enoch Cree Nation. The Rossdale lands are loaded with history, and they're culturally sensitive lands. And any development must be done in collaboration with Indigenous people. So I'm glad to see the elders at Enoch speak highly of this initiative. There are obviously still some things that need to be addressed, such as alignment with existing plans for city building, meeting environmental approvals, and more. But we trust the processes, the politicians, and administration will see this through in a responsible manner, whereby due diligence is completed every step of the way in order to achieve a partnership that protects both taxpayers and their river valley. We believe in a controlled development of our river valley, and this project strikes a great balance between celebrating and showing off one of our city's jewels while minimizing the impact on the parkland. And once all those pieces are in place, we look forward to seizing this rare opportunity to realize the Prairie Sky Gondola. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Jacqueline Noga, and following her will be Irene Morin. Olympia has withdrawn. So Jacqueline, please go ahead.
Wonderful, thank you. So I think I definitely come at it from a different perspective, but at the core, I think that we can actually all agree on the same kind of fundamental aspect here, which is that the River Valley is incredibly important and sacred to all of us for different reasons, and we use it in different ways. And what I think is being missed here is the fact that we need the River Valley to remain a wildlife corridor in order for it to remain a healthy, thriving green space for us to enjoy. So while there's lots of really great points being made here about how the gondola is going to create connectivity and a lot of other really fun buzzwords that we're all really good at using. But when we pinch point the corridor to the point that animals can't use it anymore, we're going to start degrading the wildlife that's in it. So I think, like the gentleman who first spoke about the gondola from Prairie Sky said, engineering can be innovative and it can be changed and adjusted. So if you could create the gondola so that not a single pillar is in the river valley, I could see that being a great idea. And we're all talking about how innovation is so great, so let's see that happen. So that's kind of my first concern, is that we all appreciate the river valley, but I think that there's not enough of an understanding of what these continuous development projects are going to do to it, and eventually we're going to lose it. My next point is specifically speaking to the report that's on the agenda item today, and that's and also the overall process. So from my understanding, and I would be very happy to be corrected by Councillor if I'm wrong, is that this started with a pitch that was given to a panel of 5 people. So right from the beginning, it seems like this project was kind of being agreed as an already done deal. A gondola is a great idea, let's do it, let's figure it out. And now we're so far into it and so much investment's already been made that we are looking at what feels like a closing window to oppose it when I don't know that public engagement has already really started. The report says that Prairie Sky will be running the engagement. I haven't seen anything about that yet. And I have a lot of concerns about the idea that the corporation that will be making money off of this are the ones running the engagement. They have a vested interest, and that's absolutely no offense or disrespect to the people who are in charge of that. I'm sure that they're very capable of running good engagement, but they want a certain outcome. And it's incredibly difficult to run an unbiased engagement when you're looking for certain answers. So I would love to hear a bigger plan from city administration on how they're going to be overseeing that process and making sure that everyone's voices are being heard in a respectful and balanced way. Just going down my lists of points. I am also concerned about kind of something that Councillor Henderson touched on already, which is the idea of if we're calling this transit and we keep talking about the idea that this will open up opportunity for Edmontonians to commute, I fear that we're about to create a class system for transit because people who can't afford to use the gondola will be still using the LRT. People who live on the outskirts of the city who might not be able to afford to live close to downtown will be using the LRT. And all of a sudden you've created these two different ways of commuting based on how much you can afford. And I think that the city would hopefully agree that that's wrong. I probably spoke very quickly there, so I apologize. I think I'm really excited about the idea that people are excited about this, but I think that we are approaching it in a way that it feels like it's already been decided before it's even really started. And I think that we're valuing the economic development aspect of it over top of the environmental aspect of it. So we're already at this phase without even doing a full environmental impact assessment. And I can't understand for a city that's declared a climate crisis and a city that says that they're committed to addressing climate change, that we're not prioritizing the environment at least to the same extent that we're prioritizing our economic development. So I think I will leave it at that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Now we'll invite Irene Morin, and then on deck is Sandra McLeod, and she will be the last person in the second panel. So Irene.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hello? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Irene Morin, and I am from the Enoch Cree Nation. I am an elder at the Enoch Cree Nation. I have worked for all forms of government throughout my life. I have worked at the band level here. I've worked for the City of Edmonton with the Edmonton Separate School Board, and I've worked with the Senate of Canada in Ottawa with Senator Thelma Chalafoux. And I believe that the Prairie Sky Gondola project is a very, very smart move, a very viable business. I will tell you about a trip I took to the south side a few years ago, and I left the U of A parking lot to go downtown to Peaceful Trust at 109th Street, and it took me almost an hour and a half to get there. And had I been a privilege to have had a ride on a gondola, 10 minutes? So I just think that, the Rossdale plant area needs more and more updated revitalization. And I've always believed, the saying that says, build it and they will come. Well, like the movie Field of Dreams, and in reality, locally, we look at the River Cree Resort and Casino. I think that this is a great idea, and I'm speaking in support of the project. My involvement with Prairie Sky Gondola will be as co-chair of the Indigenous Engagement Committee. I believe that I can be of assistance in engaging Indigenous people's involvement and interest in this project. Now we talk about the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action. This project must embody the TRC's calls to action in all of its activities. One particular calls to action that comes to mind is number 92, which states, business and reconciliation. We call upon the corporate sector in Canada to adopt the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People as a reconciliation framework and to apply its principles, norms, and standards to corporate policy and core operational activities involving Indigenous people and their lands and resources. This project must meaningfully engage and include Indigenous communities whose ancestral lands it is going through. This project must educate the general public about the history and culture of the land upon which they stand. Now, this project must help riders and visitors understand Indigenous peoples' economic involvement in the building of Alberta and the city of Edmonton. This project must demonstrate that people of First Nations and Métis descent have and are still contributing to assist in the building of the city of Edmonton's future. This project must demonstrate how people of First Nations and Métis descent can directly contribute to development and business projects such as these. I believe Indigenous people will continue to work with the big business to make Edmonton a better place for us all. The way my ancestors helped in shaping the city of Edmonton when the Europeans first moved west by canoe, so can we assist our blood brothers build another mode of transportation by air, the gondola. So today I speak in favor of and support the Prairie Sky Gondola project. I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And Sandra McLeod.
Good day, Tansy. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I am the project lead and in community engagement individual for the Papaschase First Nation Association of Alberta. We represent 1,000 descendants from the city of Edmonton. The Papaschase First Nation was located just south of the river. And of course was disbanded, dispersed, and eliminated by an individual by the name of Frank Oliver. I would first of all like to identify myself as a Piché descendant, a Louis Riel descendant, niece of the Batoche descendant, and Chief Pisu, the chief of the Mountain Creek. I would like to as well acknowledge our creator and give him thanks for allowing us to speak here today, and acknowledge our ancestors that are buried all along the Rossdale Flat area and the riverbanks of the Saskatchewan River. We also would like to acknowledge the Treaty 6 territories and treaties and the Métis region, and the spirit of reconciliation. In these conversations that I've participated in since this morning, so far we've had two individuals that have brought up Indigenous rights treaties or consultation. I have heard no mention of historical land studies, very little about environmental impact studies. I've heard no mention of burial studies. I've heard no mention of treaty acknowledgement and J treaty acknowledgement and the water and the riverbank treaty, J treaty acknowledgements. This project is to be funded not by the city of Edmonton, but instead dollars will be coming from the province of Alberta and the federal government in the forms of grants under the transportation area. Under these acknowledgements of grants, they will expect that Indigenous consultation must take place in order for these grants to flow into this project. We believe the Papaschase First Nation, Papasteo Association of Alberta, believe that there has not been proper consultation. We believe that needs to take place first and foremost with a historical land study. Our acting chief, George Quinn, who is the grandson of Chief Papaschase, will be speaking later as well. We are engaging with the province of Alberta and the federal government on this project and the grants. And so I will leave it at that. And if you have any questions, please feel free to contact me, Sandra McLeod. You can get my emails through the City of Edmonton. I feel free to obtain that. Again, I thank you all for being here. And we above all, thank our ancestors who lay along all the riverbanks in Edmonton and have given so much and so much sacrifice. And none of them have been mentioned here today or acknowledged, and nor have they been acknowledged through EBCOR. And Miigwech, and I look forward to helping you all understand these types of things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That completes the speakers on panel 2. I will now invite councillors to sign up to ask questions of any of the panelists that we've had in panel 2. And I'll begin with Councillor Banga. Please go ahead.
Thank you. A few questions for Ms. Noga. My first question is, we are competing between two different interests. One is, I guess, wildlife corridor, and another one is enjoyment of river valley by people. So at what point in time we should say that the enjoyment of river valley is only possible if we have access to that area?
I do not see those 2 points as being distinct or inherently in opposition with each other or contradiction. I think that human beings on foot or wheels or however you choose to commute without a motor have every opportunity to get through and into the river valley to explore it. I think trails are something that all animals use, humans included. And what I'm saying is that when you start putting in physical infrastructure like concrete pillars and concrete promenades, you've created a space that now only humans want to access, and it only makes sense for us to access. So why do we have to choose ourselves over the rest of wildlife? Why can't we find ways that we can all work on it and live in it together?
So in your mind, you think those paved trails, are they not an intrusion into the wildlife corridor?
I think they mostly are. I'm not myself a wildlife biologist, so I can't give you an incredibly specific answer to that. I know other folks on this call certainly could, but I would say there's many opportunities for people to access the river valley already, and I think that any further trail development should be considered in spaces that aren't already pinch points. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, sort of. My next question is again for you. Is you mentioned creating a class system for commuting? Pretty interesting. My question to you is, don't you think there's already a class system existing between people who can drive, who can use the transit system and other modes of transportation?
Absolutely. As a transit user myself, I would say most definitely that system already exists, and I worry that we are only talking about ways to contribute to it.
Okay, all right, and then I guess I'm still looking for my questions here. All right. Mr. Gormley, same kind of questions for you. Wildlife enjoyment. The enjoyment is only possible if there is access to, I guess, those areas. Would you not think that this project would provide access to people into that area?
If you go down to that part of the river valley, in the central river valley, you'll see there's many people down there. In fact, it's sort of overcrowded almost, that section of the river valley, and I think it's because most of the people who live up above in Oliver and in downtown, that's where they go, and it's fairly convenient for them to get down there. So I think that what we need to do is we need to expand the river valley in the central area, and not be trying to develop it. It needs to be opened up and maybe recognize that it's an opportunity to actually make the city better. And I think as far as the gondola, it's just that it's adding another piece of major infrastructure into an area where you're really trying to get away from that kind of thing. I don't know if that.
Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thanks for the
much.
question.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson, please go ahead.
Yeah, maybe Dr. Farrow, I was interested in one thing that, because I understand the concern about the impact on existing trees and foliage. But given that given what's down there already, I'm not sure I quite understand, so I wouldn't mind hearing more from you, of how a pillar, given the width of what we're dealing with down there and all the stuff that's already happening now, is going to make a significant distance to the wildlife movement down there. And I just wouldn't mind hearing more, because I'm not quite getting that one.
We couldn't hear the beginning. Was the question for Eric?
No, it was for you.
Rocky?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I can go back over it. I understand the concern about the trees, all of those, that stuff is all, makes sense. I'm not quite sure I quite understand, given all the other things and the low footprint of a tower, which is probably only one tower would affect the wildlife corridor, what effect that would have, and given that most of it's overhead and the wildlife would probably not even be aware of it. So
sure. So cement a tower, permanent footprint, plus the construction to get it in there in the first place.
absolutely, yeah, that bit I get, yeah.
And a bit of a permanent seismic line through that corridor. So every encroachment, every additional piece of infrastructure creates less space, creates less safety, becomes less inviting. So, I mean, I think I'm hearing a lot of it's already messed up. Let's mess it up more.
No.
Let's just see how much we can get away with. And I think that's basically what
Yeah.
we're trying to do, is see how much we can get away with.
So
At a time when it's already clear that the deer are feeling less and less comfortable in many places in the river valley, and we have to widen our corridor. I think the time has come where we should be thinking about a priority of land acquisition, not further infrastructure.
So your concern is an additive one, not specifically that this is going to block, but with everything else that it begins
We
to all
really
add
need to
up.
start, exactly, thank
Okay.
you, Councillor Henderson, exactly. We truly need to start thinking in terms of cumulative impacts. The LRT, new transportation corridor, just built. How many more transportation corridors? How much more do we need? Each one is adding to the carbon load. Each one is decreasing our opportunity for biodiversity. and ecosystems.
Yeah, arguably, the LRT, I don't think, well, we don't need to get into that because hopefully that's going to
I'm not
increase the carbon
arguing
load. But
against the LRT.
Yeah,
I'm saying,
yeah,
unless it's serving purpose, which this is not, unless if this was a place where there was no transportation across the river valley, it wouldn't be adding an electricity load. You could be arguing that it was decreasing, but this is only gratuitously increasing the carbon load at a time when we have to be very careful with our carbon budget. Yeah.
I have just a tiny bit of time left here, so I wanted to actually talk to Ms. McLeod, because my understanding, and unfortunately most of the people that probably could have answered the question were on the previous panel, but I think there has been engagement. I don't know, Ms. Moran, you might be the one person that could already talk about Indigenous engagement, but I don't think it has, I don't think it's complete. But my understanding is that there has been already discussion and conversation going. Whether or not everybody who needs to be talked to has been talked to is another question. But Ms. Moran, do you have any knowledge of what's happened already?
Yes, there has been some consultation with some Indigenous communities and individuals. But I think what is happening is we are waiting until we get the approval from the City of Edmonton to go ahead with the project before we can finalize what the questions that you're asking. We'll need to know whether it's approved or not, and then we can. Like some other people of the panel have said, I mean, not the panel, but the committee have said that, there are certain things that that cannot be disclosed until, the final approval is given.
Okay. Thanks. I'm out of time. Thank you.
But to be clear, the Papas Chase First Nation Association of Alberta has not been consulted.
Okay.
No, I understand. I get that. And I just wanted to find out where it was at, and I don't have those answers. So unfortunately, I think there were people earlier on the first panel who probably could have given a more specific answer. But thank you. Anyway, I'm out of time.
Sure.
No worries. That was going to be my questions around as well. Because Ms. McLeod, I heard loud and clear that your group, the Papa Chase, has not been engaged yet, but you would like to be. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. And we sent a letter to that effect on Friday, February 12th, to the mayor. And I would just like to confirm that he has that on his desk, if he could do that.
Well, this isn't the time we do that. We ask questions of you, so I'm sure his office will work through that. But I just wanted to go back to Ms. Moran, because that was my understanding too, from when I read the documents, that there will be a plan to engage the various Indigenous communities. And I assume that would include the Papa Chase, or would look at all the impacted groups. Is that your understanding?
It most certainly is. I know that we have made a list of people who we thought, it would be a great idea to consult, not to consult with, but to contact initially and find out if they want to sit and have a meeting. And we are going to be making a list. We have a list that we've kind of put together, but we're going to be making a list. I mean, myself and Claire McDonald, who is the other co-chair for the Indigenous Engagement Committee, will be working on this, and we definitely will not leave anybody out. We will be very inclusive. We will call as many people and consult with as many people and communities as possible. We don't want anybody to feel left out, that we are not thinking of their involvement or wanting their input.
Wonderful, because I think you've heard today their willingness to be involved and how important it is to have everyone at the table, which I understood was the intent in this report. So thank you for confirming that.
Thank you, Irene.
Thank you. That was all my questions for now. We'll go to Councillor Paquette. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. And my apologies if I get pulled away, I might. But thank you for those questions on the Indigenous engagement, because I think that there's a broad swath of interested stakeholders that probably have not had their voice heard. I think that's pretty obvious, just from personal experience. So my question, though, is for I can't find her name. You know what, let's just go with Ms. Furrow first. We've heard that having a gondola will attract young talent. It will make people think that the city is more exciting, that it will actually give us an addition to the city that makes us stand out globally as a forward-thinking municipality, and that it will improve our economy, it will improve our transit system, and it will mean more jobs, and on and on and on. But you're making the case that maybe we've already got something that is sort of the envy of the world. I'm just wondering if you can expand on those thoughts. Like, how would you address the case that people are making that this is sort of a cure-all for a lot of the city's challenges versus what we've already got?
It certainly is most enviable how well preserved our wildlife corridor is. Wildlife biologists have told us that consultants to the city of Edmonton, like O2 Consulting, have told us other cities are trying to acquire land and get back to what we already have. So I still have a few young friends, and they tell me that this city is beautiful. They love our river valley, and this city is vibrant. So I don't think we need to diss ourselves and be envious of what others have. I think we need to develop more gratitude for the gifts of the people, many of the people that have stored this land in memorial. And I just think, yeah, we need more of an attitude of gratitude. And we are already in an enviable position. And I think the time, too, has come to realize that we're shifting to needing to really protect, achieve our sustainable development goals while staying within planetary boundaries. So we can't build our way out of climate change. We can't build our way towards biodiversity. We have to be very careful about what we choose to do. We have to pick real problems to solve. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Paquette?
I'm on mute. Yeah, just the same question for Jacqueline Noga, if that's okay. And that will conclude my questions.
Thank you.
You're asking me to follow up Rocky? That's a tough one. I think Rocky worded that really well. And I think as a younger person in this city, I will say that I think it's such a treasure that we have this beautiful natural space that you can get lost in. You know, I go for a run in the river valley on an early morning day, and I don't see people for, kilometers, hours. And I just think that's so unique and incredible. And I think that my worry is, perhaps this one gondola project is just a few pillars. But that argument is just such a moot point, because it does seem like decisions are made based on what's been done in the past. So if we start with this gondola, then what's next? With every development project, we see the division of our river valley, and a wildlife corridor is such a treasure. And the minute you start breaking it up, it's no longer a corridor, it's just little parks, and little parks are great. But that we have so much more than that. And I actually think Patsy put it really well in that we should stop thinking about how we can look more like other cities and really embrace how unique we are, and build based on this beautiful treasure that we have that is an untouched natural river valley. and go from there and not make decisions and plans based on kind of fun, quirky, innovative ideas that other people are doing in their cities. I hope that I do think Rocky put it better.
Thank you so much. And that's
Thank you.
Councillor Paquette's time as well. So that concludes the questions for panel 2. Thank you all for coming and sharing your points of view and answering questions today. We appreciate that. At this point, we are going to move on to panel 3, and I'll make a motion for the speakers that are still left in the queue. I would move that Jerry Bin, George Quinn, Christine Kowalchuk, and Doreen Wabaska be heard from in the third panel. Do I have any other names, Madam Clerk?
Not that we're aware of.
Okay, so I just need to move that, and if you could vote on hearing from these speakers, please, for the committee. And display the vote. Do we have?
Sorry, Madam Chair, my device went down, so I'm a yes verbally.
Thank you, Mayor.
And we're just waiting for Councillor Henderson's vote.
And Councillor Henderson.
Yes, all the votes are in.
Display the vote. And that is carried. Thank you very much. Now, if you are in panel 2, you're free to leave this hangout and go to YouTube to watch what the proceedings will be. And I will call these next 4 speakers. You probably weren't here maybe in the beginning, but you each have 5 minutes. We ask you to remain on the line so that committee can ask you questions following all the presentations. So we'll go to Jerry Bin, and you have 5 minutes.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
First of all, my name is Jerry Brin, B-R-I-N.
My apologies.
No worries. My background is I went to City Hall when I was 35, 1991. When I was done giving a presentation that Mayor Jan Reimer said was the best she'd heard in 20 years in council, they brought in outside experts. The whole legal department was fired for incompetence, and 14 city managers of water, drainage, and sanitation were terminated for basically being incompetent. And then I dealt with you guys as a CAC member, taking the cycling budget from 20,000 to 2.2 million, and then getting the province in 2003 to approve the $800 million build out of the Ribbon of Green to Devon and Port Saskatchewan. So I have a history with the city. I'm currently working with Papa Chase. As you know, I've been working with the Federal Justice Committee as an emissary, dealing with the bodies of 1885 in the Edmonton region, of which we have about 2 to 3.5 million buried in slit trenches all over our urban core and in the River Valley. We'll be providing maps to you guys later. Just a couple of points I want to make. Enoch does not speak for the Papa Chase. You are on Papa Chase land on the south side. 109th Street to Elk Point, all the way to the Cameron Mills turnoff is their land. The policy that Brent Rathgeber wrote in April 2015 in a 3.5-hour presentation to the House of Commons Justice Committee basically returns the land back to the Papa Chase at some point when we start dealing with the 40,000 bodies in the Riley garbage dump, which you guys have walked away from dealing with us on, passed off to Enoch. Enoch has buried me on this and left me alone. This happened about a month ago. So we're no longer dealing with Enoch on this. They do not speak for the Papa Chase. You're on Papa Chase land. Enoch's land ends at 124th to 215th, which they will get back in time along with the Papa Chase. That is the policy that sits in Ottawa. It's called an abeyance policy. I will be accessing and providing documentation to everyone involved. I would urge you guys to work with the Papa Chase and also to come to the table with us in the Prime Minister's office. Sébastien Béliveau is listening in Ottawa right now on live stream, and start working with us over the bodies we already have here. And we don't want to deal with Enoch on this. They do not speak for the Papa Chase. You want to talk to the Papa Chase? Here we are. They're in front of you. You just talked to a few of them. I'm your historical, I guess, advisor because of my expertise. No one's written policy in Ottawa in 100 years like I did in 2015. I know what's coming next. So I think we need to move forward. I like the idea of the gondola, parts of it. Other parts, I would point out, is choking the River Valley. I also want to point out that the gondola, Dolphin Mile gondolas do not work at -25 or lower. so it will not work in the winter. And I think if you don't integrate it seamlessly into the existing LRT system with bike racks on those gondola cars and the same fee structure, so you can go from one to the other flawlessly and seamlessly, it will just turn into a white elephant. It needs to be integrated. If you're going to make it work as a great transportation plan that it is, it has to be effortless to use. And right now, it's clearly priced at tourists at what, $10, $12 a ride. Nobody in Edmonton's going to take that to take their family down to the ball game. The tickets would be worth that much, let alone the ride. So if you have any other questions, I'll be happy to take them. I am asking the House of Commons Justice Committee to return to Edmonton for the second time in 10 years. They left first time they were here in 2010 at my behest. I'm in contact with them right now. We're asking them to come in to deal with these bodies in Riley and other outstanding issues in this area, which you guys won't come to the table on. And you can talk to Sarah Hamilton. Mike Nichols, I know you're listening. I need a copy of that apology letter that I engineered between Treaty 6 and Enoch at April 20 in Christmas 2019. Enoch will not give me a copy of the apology that I brokered. So if you can give that to me, I can turn it over to the media, because right now everyone says I didn't do anything out here. I just talked to Ottawa and they're just absolutely aghast at what I'm dealing with out here. That's all I have to say. I am done. Any questions? I'll be happy to take them. Anything else I want to point out here? I'm just going to go through my notes. Yeah, ribbon and green, all your stakeholders have to be consulted. That means the cyclists, the advisory groups, that hasn't happened yet. What else? Tower height. You can keep it out of the river valley if you jack the tower height super high on the edge of the river escarpment. So you don't even have to put a gondola tower on that bank. If you put a gondola tower on that bank, you're going to have an ugly green slash. It'll look brutal, especially since that area is already pretty denuded as it is. That's about it. I think I've covered everything off. Like I said, I invite you guys to come talk to me again, and not Sarah Hamilton. She was supposed to deal with me. She never called. 24 attempts trying to deal with Riley, and that never happened. So again, this won't happen. The pop chasing is going to be blocking you on this. You're on their lands. Enoch has no authority over their lands, straight up legal-wise. And Ottawa will back us on this. The policy's already there. It's sitting in abeyance. And I will get a copy of that for everyone involved, hopefully by next week. I'm just working through the archivists in Ottawa right now to retrieve it so you guys can get updated in terms of what the real world is dealing with. That's about it. Any questions? I'll be happy to take them now.
Thank you. We'll take them at the end of the panel if there's any questions. Thank you, Mr. Bryn. We will now go to George Quinn. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead, sir.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
I'd like to acknowledge everybody's attendance here today, and Mr. Mayor, City Council, honored guests and speakers. My name is George Quinn, and I am the President and Acting Chief of Papashtchis First Nation 136. Brief lineage about me. I am a direct descendant of Chief Papashtchis, which has been documented and verified by a genealogist. And also my family is, the Quinn family, is also the pipe carrier for Chief Papashtchis. And I've had the privilege of meeting a few city councils in the past. That's Scott McKeon I've met before, Mayor Don Iverson I've met before. I have a few pictures with him. So I do acknowledge the mayor and city of Edmonton that have spoken to me before. And I have agreed to mostly on what I've heard since this morning regarding the proposal for the city gondola. However, I am on the fence on certain aspects of it. My cohort, Sandra McLeod, touched on many of them, which I don't see the need to repeat anymore because she covered most of it. But mentioning that this is sacred lands is one thing, yes, but not inviting us to be a part of it here. I am probably the one person that can honestly say this is my sacred home because I am a direct descendant of Chief Papashtchis. This is my home. Edmonton, Rossdale Flats, that is my territory. I can honestly, truthfully say that without hesitation. So I welcome any and all questions regarding anything, all that, to verify anything. And I'd like to mention like what Sandra touched on before, like that no letter or nothing has done for a historical land study has been used for this, and I don't see how it can continue without all of this, and I'm a firm believer of the environment as well. It's been part of I follow my traditional culture very much, and I'm in agreement with mostly everything regarding this. Like I am also a business administrator, so I have a degree, but I'm more interested I'm first and foremost First Nations, and I'd like to make sure that is protected. And if we are brought in consultation process, which Sandra McLeod mentioned earlier, that on February 12th, we did send a letter to the City of Edmonton regarding consultation regarding Papa's First Nation. So, and I've had a chance to talk with Jared Brin as well, and he is correct on everything he said. Like we can move forward on this. Yes, I'm willing to talk and work with anybody regarding this project. It just need to be consulted on this, and I am willing to talk to anybody, any questions, and if they have anything directed toward me, I can be reached here by email, or the city has my phone number, whatever works for you, but I again agree with everything that's been going on, what was said this morning, but I do have concerns which I just need to be alleviated regarding this project, because it does sit smack dab in the middle of my home. And I can honestly, truthfully say that this is my home. And I thank you very much for participating and talking here. And thank you very much. And I look forward to hearing and speaking to anybody here. Take care. And that's all I have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Quinn. We have a couple more speakers, and we'll open it up for questions from councillors and the mayor. Next up is Christine Kowalchuk. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Christine Kowalchuk, and I'm the chair of the Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition. I'm disturbed by what I heard and didn't hear from the proponents this morning. I didn't hear any reference to the North Saskatchewan River Valley as a regional wildlife corridor, effectively the only way for wildlife to cross our city and the connector between the Rocky Mountains and the Beaver Hills biosphere to the east of the city and beyond. The value of this corridor cannot be underemphasized. A provincial wildlife biologist recently told the ERVCC that while wolves were not in Elk Island National Park in the past, they are there now, and the only way that they could have gotten there was to travel from the Rocky Mountains along the North Saskatchewan River Valley corridor. Gondolas are extremely disruptive of wildlife corridors. Just last year, Parks Canada rejected a proposal for a gondola from the Banff town site because it would negatively impact habitat and wildlife connectivity. As they stated at the time, it is Parks Canada's position that it limits development to protect the ecological integrity of Banff National Park and ensures that this treasured place is preserved now and for future generations. Is our city not taking the same position? Nor did I hear a single reference to the most critical issue of our time, the global climate and biodiversity crisis. I heard one speaker mention the pandemic, seemingly without understanding that it has arisen from our destruction of nature. We are at the point in which every bit of green space and habitat we have left needs to be protected. And indeed, we need to focus on restoration because even current levels are unsustainable. So it is entirely inappropriate to allow 13 concrete towers in the River Valley, including, and I quote from the report, within a heavily forested, environmentally sensitive area where trees will need to be relocated or removed to facilitate construction. Just a year and a half ago, City Council declared a climate emergency. If that doesn't mean preventing the replacement of trees by concrete in a wildlife corridor, what does that declaration mean? Prairie Sky has referenced Spokane's gondola project. Perhaps in 1974, when that gondola was built, it was an interesting project. But we're in 2021, and cities around the world are focusing on rewilding, not cutting more trees and adding more concrete. Paris, for example, is planting trees along the Seine River and turning the city into an extraordinary garden. Amid a global climate and biodiversity crisis, which city should Edmonton look to for inspiration? 1974 Spokane or 2021 Paris? Although what we already have is extraordinary and we should protect it. Because we are in a new era, this gondola would prevent economic opportunities for Edmonton. As a response to the ecological crisis, the federal government recently announced it is committing to 30% land protection by 2030, partly through the creation of urban national parks. These come with federal funding and a far greater tourism boost than could be offered by a gondola. The process, however, is competitive and a successful application depends on demonstrated municipal stewardship. Allowing a gondola in Edmonton's River Valley, considering Parks Canada's recent rejection of the Banff gondola, might cause us to lose any chance at an urban national park. Nor would this project serve our public transit system. This project is not public. And as a ticket for most gondolas is around $10, we can imagine this would be about the same. Few people, if any, will pay that twice a day to commute. This was the focus of a number of talks at last year's public hearing, with presentations made by Fare Free Edmonton and others. If the Rossdale power plant is currently underserved by public transit, that is an argument for a better bus system, making use of existing infrastructure. And that is precisely what a number of groups, including the Amalgamated Transit Union, have been advocating for years. These groups are all demanding properly funded public transit, not privatization and fare add-ons that prevent equal access. Prairie Sky states this project would not cost Edmontonians, but it is costing us right now in taking up your time and administration's time, as well as the time and money citizens have invested in plans, policies, and commitments that uphold protection of the North Saskatchewan River Valley against exploitative projects like this one. I've heard many Edmontonians express disbelief that the city is even entertaining this discussion, and I'm sure council members have as well. ERBCC urges this committee to put an end to this unnecessary and destructive project now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll go now to Doreen Wabaska. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. I want to thank everybody for their time, what they're doing here. The mayor and the councillors. But realistically, when I hear somebody that's going to damage the Mother Earth, it kind of upsets me. There's a few of you that hit. Nobody mentioned the sacred burial sites or our family that's buried there. Not just the natives, because there's one of my forefathers' children, 2 of his boys are buried there, down that hill. I thank George Quinn. I thank Sandra McLeod, because I'm proud to walk with them. And you too, Christine. I'm so happy because Mother Earth we are destroying it. Like the Creator left us 3 things: a mind, body, and soul, and the 4 nations that live here. We have to respect the land too, just like we respect our bodies. You have to. If you start putting more stuff in there, you know that it's going to be worse. There'll be other stuff added on. If you do this now, the city of Edmonton, you're destroying this beautiful valley that we have there. Because when we signed treaty, because it wasn't a bill of sale, it was to live harmoniously together, peacefully. We never sold our land, our waters, the rivers and the creeks, anything like that. We have to protect it. And with some of you on board for protecting our wildlife too, it's so important. This is their land too, that we keep shutting down. This is theirs too. Ours and theirs. Remember this. I love every one of you that's taken part in this, but don't mess with Mother Earth. It's not right. This is the land of our birth. We know that. Grandfather was born here, outside of Edmonton. The reserve we're talking about. We are direct descendants, the ones that are speaking here. We know this. But you too that lives here now, please respect the land. This is where you were born, but please respect it. I know lots of you some of the speakers that were there squatting like 2 others were just for money. They're forgetting about the Mother Earth, the pollution you're going to put in here. Okay? Don't do that. Please don't do that. Just respect the land, the Mother. This is our land, okay? Mother Earth. There's enough damage we're doing with a power plant by the river. It's scary. That's it. Any questions, you can ask me anything.
Thank you very much. We appreciate those comments. And now I'm going to open it up for questions from councillors.
Oh my God.
I'll start with Councillor Henderson. Please go ahead.
Oh my God.
Yeah, just very quickly, because I think most of the points are similar to ones. But Mr. Quinn, I think what I'm hearing from you mostly is we need to make sure you're engaged in the discussion.
Yes, thank you very much for your participation today. Yes, I'm more concerned about the lack of consultation regarding not just myself, but Papas Chase First Nation, Papas Deo First Nation 136, though I tried to consult before, we sent letters out before, and nothing has it's been pretty much gone to the wayside.
Yeah.
So that is my main concern, as long as we're involved in a consultation process, because I myself, speaking as, like I mentioned, a direct descendant, we also carry the traditional pipe in my family. That pipe has been in my family for over 450 years. And it was actually used to sign the treaty August 21st, 1877, along with Alexander and Alexis, all at the same time. There was an adhesion. But yes, to answer your question, that is my main concern.
Well, I suspect I won't be the only one, but when we get to asking questions to the administration that will come up next, I think that will be the chance just to really confirm, if we go ahead, what happens next, around a number of these issues. Because my reading is that no one, I think, is suggesting that consultation with Indigenous communities is done by any means, nor is the environmental work done. So those would be next stages if it goes ahead. And I'll ask that question of administration when we come up. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Nicol.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And this question goes to Ms. Kowalchuk. Can you fill me in a little more with regards to the Banff decision? I'm curious as to the case in its particular. Does it have implications for us in terms of a legal context with the river crossing that we have, given the jurisdictional issues?
Well, what I see as comparative between the two cases doesn't have to do with legal issues. It has to do with ecological issues. So we know that Parks Canada had concerns about that gondola. It was supposed to go from the Banff town site up Mount Norquay, and the proponents were making exactly the same kinds of arguments as we heard this morning, that it will, improve access for people. And Parks Canada, heard those arguments. An environmental impact assessment was performed, and ultimately Parks Canada said no, and said that we cannot support this proposal because there would be negative impacts that could not be mitigated on this area as habitat, and on the connectivity of this area for wildlife.
Christine, how recent was that decision?
Last year. The decision was made January 2020.
Okay, maybe I'll ask admin if they've had a chance to review that decision, because obviously it might have some contextual bearing to what we have in front of us today. So I'm not sure if you're aware of this, Ms. Kowalchuk. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you Christine. Ms. Kowalchuk.
Okay.
Page 5 of 6 of the city report that talks about risks on attachment 2, and Prairie Sky has submitted the following to the city. Conceptual Prairie Sky gondola alignment environmental considerations report, preliminary geotechnical feasibility study, preliminary wind climate analysis. Now, what should we be looking for beyond these three reports? Because it's saying Prairie Sky has initiated engagement with our Transit Climate Resilient Committee. I think you have spoken to the fact that that's not really a biodiversity committee. That is a committee that deals with, energy transition issues. right? And so what do you think we're going to be missing here? Because I see questions of if we're properly tooled up for the analysis.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that that committee that you're mentioning is a citizens committee. I mean, there's a lot of expertise on that committee, but it's still citizen, it's got citizens on it, not city administration itself. And it is focused on climate issues rather than biodiversity. And what I'm not seeing here, and I think maybe this does touch on your previous question regarding, liability and mitigating risk, is there's no ecological risk mitigation that has been undertaken. I mean, we're looking at, legal issues, but what about the fact that we are in an ecological crisis that's global, and we're talking about, as Ms. Farrow said, a gratuitous addition to the river valley, that really isn't needed as far as I can see. So, where is that all considered in here? The additional carbon load, the loss of biodiversity, the loss of habitat, the interruption of a wildlife corridor. I'm not seeing it.
In statistics, we always talk about two kinds of impacts: cumulative and aggregate impacts, as you are well aware. And when you do risk analysis, and when you do ask for surety bonds, and you ask for money to be put in a bank account, right, with regards to covering your risk, sometimes you don't cover all that risk if you don't have that cumulative and aggregate impact analysis, do you?
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, we are seeing now that young people in particular are now suing cities and suing countries, suing governments for not taking the climate change and the ecological crisis seriously. So I guess maybe that's where these two risks even come together as well, if that's not happening. And, I would just like to touch on a bit too what a few other people said earlier about, the brain drain that's happening in cities in Alberta. And many surveys have shown that the number one issue that young people are interested in and care about is the environment. So, I mean, that's something, if we want to be keeping young people here and making sure that we are a city that is with the times, then that's something that we need to prioritize, not, fall back onto, thinking that it goes back to the 1970s. I mean, gondolas are anything but innovative. What we have is amazing in this city already, and it's time that that we did appreciate it and recognize this amazing gift that we have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to Christine Kowalczyk. Piqued my interest. So proponents of the gondola will say we are an environmentally friendly solution to transportation across the river. We'll have less footprint than if we built a bridge, and so therefore we're actually being more environmentally conscious. So how would you respond to that?
Yeah, I heard that argument as well, and I think it's unfounded. We already have 6 river crossings within a 2.5 kilometer span there. I think you're right, Councillor Paquette, in noting that what we heard this morning seemed to be a kind of cure-all for the city's problems. I kind of laughed when I heard that, because that's what I'm hearing too. When there are so many other problems, or when so many of these problems that have existed for a long time are being ignored, and one is public transit. It makes no sense to put in a gondola when we still have much opportunity to improve the bus system, for example. That area, Rossdale, can be served by buses without putting, a single other bit of concrete into the river valley, and in fact, if we make the bus system really, really good, we can encourage people to leave their cars at home and take public transit. This gondola, by leaving the roadways alone, doesn't do anything to deter vehicular traffic at all. So I think that that's just really a false argument. This is more concrete, it's more cutting of trees, It is not an environmental solution, and it does not it does not contribute to improving our public transit.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is you're saying that we sort of boxed ourselves into this narrow tunnel where we're arguing either for or against a gondola instead of saying, if these are our actual goals, then what are the best approaches to solve these goals, rather than trying to shoehorn everything into one project?
Absolutely. And the other ways of addressing those problems would have a far lower environmental impact. And I think they could actually work towards doing some real good in the city rather than, this kind of continual nibbling away at the river valley. There would be an opportunity even for restoration. And our group, the ERBCC, has even been in touch with groups like Paths for People, talking about ways in which existing roadways could be better utilized for public transit and active transportation, so that even some of the roadways we have now could be turned over to green space. So what we need is fewer roadways, not more. Fewer impact in the river valley, not more.
Right, so more and multi-use paths apparently. Okay, so I just feel like as we dig into this, we have to ask ourselves so is the idea that by putting this in from an environmental perspective, the idea is that it reduces greenhouse gases or helps with transportation or is less impactful than a bridge, which frankly we don't actually need in the next 10 or 20 years. But the idea is that we can, even if we cause damage, the benefit we're getting outweighs the damage. Or maybe we could even do something elsewhere in the world that offsets that damage, maybe plant some trees, a carbon offset, or whatever it is. But that doesn't change the fact that we're adding one more sort of nail into what a lot of people are considering sort of a coffin of the biodiversity of our area. So I was just wondering if you want to talk about that.
Absolutely agree. And I think that, what we need to recognize here is that we don't just need new technology in order to resolve the ecological crisis. We need new thinking. And in fact, I would say that what we really need is old thinking in a lot of ways. And, this is, in my mind, actually a reconciliation issue, right? This is about how we learn to coexist on this land, to not just be thinking about ourselves, to, show some self-restraint rather than allowing continued selfishness. And in this case, I would see it as in a greenwashed form. I think this is all of us having to sit down and figure out new ways of doing things so that we are minimizing our human impact on this land so that we are truly coexisting. And it's possible. Other places are doing it. Other cultures have done it, for millennia. It's absolutely possible. And I think that's where the opportunities lie.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I see no additional questions for our speakers, so thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us today and hanging with us and answering our questions. We appreciate that. And we are now going to turn our attention over to questions of administration. So the request to speak is open. And we'll begin with Councillor Banga. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Reading the reports by administration, it states that administration is assessing the project to be technically viable. What experiences we are basing those on?
Councillor Banga, thank you for the question. Administration has reviewed Prairie Sky's business case. Upon that initial review, there aren't any items that we have identified that would suggest that the project isn't viable at this point. What I would provide is further information in terms of the stage that we're at in the project. is that the framework before you today is really set out to be a roadmap for the project to follow if council is in a position where they're wanting to move forward with a gondola project in the city. And so as part of that roadmap, there will be additional approvals, there will be additional studies that are required in order to ensure that our interests as a city are taken care of. But again, just in terms of clarifying where we would be in the process, this is that initial conceptual road mapping phase of the project.
Okay, I do understand that, we gotta start somewhere. But again, since we are going to be in a non-binding agreement, and Brady Sky has already stated that this is not viable for them to secure investment for phase 3 without a measure of assurance from the city. I fail to understand what assurance does a non-binding agreement provide?
Councillor Banga, that might have been a question better suited for the proponents to answer. I think, and I don't want to speak for them, but I think in terms of what they're looking for today is a general green light that the gondola is something that the city wants to move forward with. I think that they recognize that there are a number of, or there is significant work that will be required to support the project moving ahead. But this is kind of a checkpoint for them to assess whether that additional investment and I think Mr. Hanson Carlson had referenced roughly $9 million for the next phase of investment. That to have the comfort around that level of investment, that they want a signal from the city that this is something that makes sense from council's standpoint.
All right, and so I do understand that this was a better question for them, but I still didn't get a satisfying answer from there, but that's why I asked you again. Anyway, so to this point in time, what is city's investment into this project?
Councillor, the Prairie Sky Gondola proposal is a privately funded, privately operated proposed project. In terms of the city's investment, it's not quite as easy to say that the city has no skin in the game at all. Ultimately, we're all here today discussing the project, so there are some indirect costs that the city does incur as the project does move ahead. The other item that I would just point to is that as we complete further work on feasibility, both on the transportation impact assessment and ideas around how integration may look in the future, that there may be potential that there are those spin-off indirect costs that would be incurred by the city. But again, as it sits today, there isn't any quantification of that in front of us.
Okay, I know this decision is not final, but at what point in time it would be really hard for the city to back out of this if things don't line up the way they're presumed to be lining up?
Councillor, there are many different touch points that will lie ahead. The next natural touch point for council will come around the consideration of the land agreements. Any of the leases and land agreements will be conditional on Prairie Sky meeting a number of different items, and those are outlined within the framework document, and a few others that will be further negotiated as part of that next phase. And so that is the next touch point for council. Following that, there will be a number of regulatory touch points as well. There will be requirements for environmental impact assessment, site location studies, rezoning for 4 of the 5 station sites, as well as the work required for the rope line. So there are a number of further discussions that the council will have on this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Katarina, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So, first of all, let me get a clarification of what this motion is in front of us here. To be approved, so these are all conditions. Point 1, A to F, and then point 2 are sort of conditions in looking ahead or gathering that information that all these questions that we've actually had today really don't address now, but this tells us to go and address those concerns. And if environmental concerns are found, if biological concerns are found, and all sorts of things, if the province is not on board, the feds are not on board, all these things are all subject to. So this isn't the end all at this point for us, correct? That this would give them the go ahead, not the go ahead, but to gather that information and provide it to us.
Councillor, I think that's an accurate statement. The thing I will say about a gondola project is it is unique, and as you can imagine, there isn't an off-the-shelf, roadmap or process for a project like this to work its way through city administration. And so part of one of the benefits of what we see with the framework is just, again, clearly identifying the path that the proponent would take through that process. But you're absolutely correct that a number of these governing principles are still items that either require further information to make final decisions on, or are items that need to be included into future agreements.
Okay, so then another clarification I need is point 2 in the motion here is an examination of the implications of air rights, and we've heard from Mr. O'Byrne from Stantec, that probably the most experienced planner and engineering company in the world, that we have no information really in Edmonton or use of air rights. So who would be responsible for that? And I assume that administration has at this point at least thought about, somebody has thought about, or maybe you've got some information from fire on how emergency services would work with this type of project where you're up off the ground, and so what if? So there must be some contemplation already. If you're going to tell me that they have to look at it, I'd be surprised that you guys haven't thought about something like that at this point.
So, Councillor, I'm going to answer your question in 2 parts. First, on the concept of air rights, and I thought that was a nice plug for Mr. O'Byrne. The concept of air rights, I think, is somewhat misapplied in this context. Ultimately, the proponent will pay for access to the lands and the airways that are being utilized for the project. So, in terms of this project and how that looks, this will be accomplished through leases in some cases, easements, and other forms of access agreements where it's appropriate. And has been referenced in the conversation with the proponents so far, Prairie Sky is suggesting that they will pay fair market values. I won't go into the negotiation that is ongoing with that group.
Can I interrupt for a second? So what you're telling me is actually air rights, or that definition doesn't apply to this. So why did we put it into this motion to gather information on air rights if it doesn't apply in this context?
Councillor, I think the concept of air rights is such that they're, just from a practical perspective, the project will run through the air over top of different properties, and I think that the concept, when it was first considered by committee previously, just reflected the fact that it wouldn't be a standard maybe fee simple interest transfer of property, and that there may be other mechanisms that administration would use to work through the land requirements for the project, or the access requirements for the project.
Okay, I would have thought that this would have applied to the power plant down below, that air rights could be a consideration for above the station, if that's what we're talking about. But if this doesn't apply to that, I would prefer that we just get rid of that term altogether if it has no connotation to this project. The other one is with emergency services. So that's one thing on the ground. Now we're up in the air. You must have had some discussion with fire and EMS, and even the police service on some scenarios where question marks, and those are question marks I have right now as well too. what would you do?
Yeah, so Councillor, again, and this answer is probably going to leave you wanting a little bit as well. But our EMS folks have been engaged and have had some discussions with the proponents so far. You'll see that as part of the framework, there is an emergency response plan for responding to an emergency that requires rescue or evacuation that will be required as part of the framework, and so that information will be to a level that is suitable for our EMS folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Henderson, please.
Yeah, just to go over next steps a bit here, because there are some pieces that need to be rezoned, but not all, correct? So those are decision points that will have to come back to council that will have public components to them?
That's correct, Councillor Henderson.
More importantly, and I'm guessing the issue split on two different sides of the river, although not uniquely so, that we need a greater understanding of the environmental impact, particularly on the south side, the south bank of the river. I think probably up above in Enduscale Park, less of a concern. But that is going to have to go through a fairly rigorous environmental study, as would anything else in the River Valley, correct?
That's correct.
So a lot of these, and that, a lot of these questions, and whether, and there'll be an ability to adapt to what we find out from that, correct?
That's correct.
The towers can be shifted or moved in order to minimize that, or removed entirely, I don't know, but that's part of what has to happen as part of a next step, correct?
Councillor Henderson, again, I don't want to speak for the proponents at all, but as part of the detailed design work that will follow this conceptual portion of staging of the project, that it will take into account those technical requirements, certainly.
Just out of curiosity, if it was just a cable going over the river, over that piece with no towers whatsoever, it would still need an environmental impact, I suspect.
That's an interesting.
I don't need to answer it right now, but I hadn't thought of it until now. I wondered about that. So, because it leads to my next question: is there's an assumption that we would have to cut a swath underneath the cable? Is that? And some of these are questions I wish I could go back and ask the proponent now, but they're not here anymore. So, do we have a sense of that, or are we really just talking about the footprint of the towers?
So, Councillor, and I think that this is well laid out in the framework and the report as well. There is a requirement as part of our framework that Prairie Sky develop a tree protection plan, and so that would be one level of protection for tree impact. The second is that we do require that the proponent comply with the corporate tree management and tree reserve procedural policy, and so there are disincentives within that policy for impacting trees. So that is an extra layer there. Ultimately, there will be impact, in terms of both the tower locations as well as I'm guessing in certain instances where there is access requirements for machinery to get in to install that tower equipment.
Yeah, both the towers look like they're close to existing roads, but that's neither here nor there. That all has to still be looked at. And then on the other side of the river, I think probably Papas Chase has interests on both sides of the river, obviously. But in terms of the really, problematic pieces of land around the graveyard, which we've had issues before, they'll have to be significant. The idea would be to have significantly more engagement on that as well, I presume.
Councillor Henderson, there are probably two ways to answer the question. One is that there is a requirement within the framework that will make Prairie Sky have to work with Indigenous groups through any excavation and construction activities at the power plant site, just to ensure the care and respect for the preservation of the archaeological history of the site. So that's one layer. The second, and I think it's come forward in some of the speakers today, is that there appears to be a little bit of a gap in terms of the engagement that has occurred so far. Yeah. And I'm guessing that the proponents are hearing that loud and clear. We, as administration, have had input into the public and Indigenous engagement plan that they've brought forward, and I know our Indigenous Relations Office has provided some feedback in terms of what that looks like in the future. And so, I'm guessing that they're taking the comments from the speakers seriously, and we'll ensure that touch point occurs in the future.
And then I'm going to run out of time, so I'm going to try and sneak my other question, which is really a little bit different. The landing spot, you know, at Endy Steel and up to White Avenue is an area that Plan White said we needed to be doing some work on planning. And I haven't heard of where that's at right now. Obviously, if this is going ahead, it makes that more urgent. I know we're doing some work right now just south of this area on Gateway where it enters, but I'm just wondering where we're at on that whole planning piece for the area that obviously this would be a fairly major component for if it goes in, and how we're going to pull all that together.
Councillor, I note that Ms. McCabe is with us today, and I'm wondering if it would be all right if I deferred to her for that answer.
Councillor Henderson, it's not a part of our immediate work plan that I am aware of. So perhaps Ms. Toohey could add some more context to that. It's perhaps something we'd have to look at in more detail.
Well, I asked the question because if this goes ahead, it may create some urgency for that work. So that's why I'm asking. But I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions left here. Regarding, it was spoken of today, the Banff decision on the gondola. Did you look at that in some of your preparations for things to consider at all?
Councillor Essinger, the federal approval processes for development in national parks, you know, and I've said this a couple of times with the gondola project, you know, there aren't a lot of apples to apples comparisons that exist out in the world in terms of the Edmonton context. I'm not aware of the details of the process, but that is certainly something that we will be digging into as part of the next phase.
What I heard today was that decision was regarding the environmental study, which is still to come. So we're still looking to do that as part of this agreement. So that's correct, right?
That's correct, but we will add that additional layer or lens to ensure that we've done our due diligence and understand where that project was and where the flaws were that were identified in that one moving ahead.
It would be interesting. It might inform our work or it might not be relevant. The other question I have was regarding the public engagement and the Indigenous engagement. The way I read this is that administration, we would not only have we provided, but we'll continue to provide guidance along those ways. So the groups that felt they didn't get involved, I'm sure not only would they want to have the proponent want to engage with them, but we would encourage that as well, would we not?
We definitely would. And then I guess the additional consideration within the framework or the engagement discussions that we've had so far is that the plan that the proponent has will not replace any of the regulatory requirements. So any requirement for public engagement that is triggered through those processes would be in addition to the public and Indigenous engagement plan that they have already set out.
And the public engagement would be abroad across the city, I'm taking it, or is it more specific just along those 2 points? Like, are you going to engage everybody in the city? Is it a small group? I'm just, if you've seen the plan.
I believe, Councillor Essinger, that the front end engagement that's occurred so far has been really targeted towards that smaller group. As part of their public and Indigenous engagement plan moving forward, it is meant to be more broad.
Yes, because I think many Edmontonians feel the River Valley is theirs, so it's important to consider them. Thank you. Those are all my questions. I'll turn it over to Councillor Paquette at this point.
Thank you, Chair Esslinger. I would love to unpack a little bit some of these transit claims because I don't understand it. Like, is the idea that someone takes transit, gets to a stop for the gondola, gets off, and seamlessly then goes on to continue their trip on the gondola? Or is there an extra fee that they pay? Or is Prairie Sky Gondola giving a discount to transit riders, or are we actually going to make Prairie Sky Gondola whole on each ride? Like, how does that work?
Councillor Paquette, I'm going to sound a lot less bullish on this than some of the other speakers that have come before me today. Ultimately, just like a lot of the other comments that I've made, there's additional work that's required. So as part of that initial concept phase, there was a preliminary transportation impact assessment that was completed. We think that to truly understand what integration opportunities exist between the transit systems in the city and the impact on the entire ecosystem, that additional information is required, and that more full-scale transportation impact assessment is required.
All right. Well, bear with me. I'm picturing myself taking a trip from downtown to the south side or vice versa. I can take a route that takes me to a gondola station, then hop on the gondola, take the gondola to the south side, and then go about my business or catch another bus that continues me on my trip. Or I can just stay on the same bus that goes across the high-level bridge, for example, or whatever bridge, and just continue on my ride seamlessly to wherever I'm going anyway. So I'm trying to wrap my head around this. And if transit actually has to provide some sort of subsidy, basically, to make Prairie Sky Gondola whole for their trip, I'm not sure I'm seeing the advantage. So I know that there's more work to be done, but surely there must have been some preliminary talks about this.
Again, anecdotally, Councillor Paquette, I think that there are opportunities for integration that folks see through the initial work that has happened. Some of those have been flagged today. I think to answer the question more holistically, though, additional information is required, and so anything right now would be pure speculation on my part.
Well, okay, but we did hear previously from previous presentations that the expectation was that the city would actually outlay money in order to make Prairie Sky Gondola whole for trips. Is this now a different approach, that there would be absolutely no city money from ETS, but there would be ETS requirement to then create connections at the gondola, which would be an additional cost? So I'm just wondering, we're saying we're not asking for any public investment. These are public investments, are they not?
Councillor Paquette, I think I answered that one previously in terms of the potential of indirect costs coming out of any of the integration conversations that will occur. But again, that will need to be informed by that detailed TIA in the future.
Okay, and then my next question, I guess, goes toward good intentions. For example, in Mill Creek, there was a house built, encroached into Mill Creek, with this idea that they were going to be wonderful stewards of the land. And well, that's not panning out, and now we've got encroachment into Mill Creek. My understanding is that for decades and generations, we've been trying to, and celebrating each time that we reverse that encroachment. And so I'm just wondering, are we weighing the balance between how easy it is to go ahead and develop it, against how difficult it is to reverse the damage that we do? I mean, is this a conversation we're having? And if so, who's having it?
Councillor Paquette, Ms. McCabe here, and I'd just say that that's the process that's yet to come for council to make decisions through the public hearing process associated with rezoning of the land. And when you look at the rezoning applications, there'll be a process for deemed essential, and you'll have that information before you at later dates. And so that's a bit of the challenge about where we're at right now. It's really a framework to continue to work together to make sure that we can bring robust information to council for your decision making at later stages in this project. Okay,
I'm not convinced that there should be later stages of this project. But what I would say in closing with my final seconds is that it seems to me that the people that I've talked to have all of these questions. They're valid questions, and they don't understand why we would be moving forward without answering them. And so I'll just put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol.
Oh, thank you. Well, let's try to get at some of these questions, because there's always writing a check, and then there's the question of indirect subsidy. So let's just get a scope and scale of what some of the numbers are here. So back in February the 3rd, I am unclear now, because back in February the 3rd, 2020, There was a statement that we'd get 637 unique customers in the first year, generating over 3 million trips. So to administration, what is your understanding of the trip need for the gondola for it to be economically viable?
Councillor Nickel, in terms of ridership, what I'd probably like to do is flip the concept of validating the numbers from the business case on its head a little bit. Ultimately, we've reviewed the ridership numbers, the projections, the dynamic pricing strategy, but I mentioned this in a previous answer as well, there isn't really a strong comparable that exists for verification purposes. There are different folks that will have different anecdotal reasons for why numbers make sense or don't make sense, and there's a little bit of a predictive element that goes into the development of any performa. So I'll acknowledge that at the front end.
Absolutely, but the question that I'm trying to get at here is that Prairie Skies put forward a business case. They can put in their numbers what they want, right? They feel they're going to need X amount of riders and make X amount of money to cover all the bonds and all the issues and everything that goes with the liabilities that the city may ask them to the city may ask to be indemnified against. So what is that trip number?
So again, Councillor, I'm just going to finish my answer from the last question, just so I can give some further context. Where we focused to offset that uncertainty that we had around ridership and some of the performer projections was on risk mitigation options that were available to the city in the event that the project was unsuccessful. Our rationale for that is that the true test of performer numbers will come through investment and financing of the project. There will be a number of parties that will be required to do some significant due diligence as Prairie Sky raises the 130 to 150 million required to construct the project, and that'll be a hurdle that they will have to be they will be required to meet as a privately funded project. In terms
how about another? We'll try this another way. Have they given you their ticket price?
Councillor, we understand, or we have been provided open books access to their business case. Yes.
Then you should know their ridership numbers, right? The high, medium, high and low. You should know their ticket prices, high, medium, and low. Would that not make sense in any sort of standard business case? You got to have those numbers. And to Councillor Briquette's inquiry as well, maybe the public wants to know those numbers as well.
And Councillor, to answer your question, ultimately, the business case is a commercially sensitive document, and in similar circumstances, I'm going to try to draw parallels to other developments that come forward in the city, and that's that when we approve tower developments, we don't necessarily always ask for information on the rents that they'll be charging future tenants, and so using that same I guess approach, Prairie Sky has worked with us to provide the information to us.
Okay.
I think
there's limits. I personally feel there's limits to building a high rise and putting a gondola across the river valley. I think there's a difference here, an important difference. But we can agree to disagree on that. I don't want to give you a tough time on that. But I think those are important numbers for public discussion, right? Because it certainly speaks to the viability of the business model. How much you're going to pay, how much it needs to be fed in terms of customers, and then we can start really looking at the questions of direct and indirect subsidy as obviously we're talking about integration, which means bus feeding the network. Okay, so we'll put that over there. But I have another general question with regards to a highlighted question that you raised on page 1 of 6. Prairie Sky has indicated that it may not be financially feasible to provide long-term security for removal of the stations. So can you clarify that for me?
So, Councillor Nickel, the discussion that's occurred so far has related to the demobilization of the towers and rope line should the project not be viable in the future as an operating entity. One of the things that we are still negotiating is what happens at those different station locations, just from a practical standpoint. The mechanism or tool that we've talked about for demobilization and remediation and disassembly of the towers and rope lines is a surety tool. So whether that's a reserve fund or funds set in trust that are put aside or otherwise, And I think that what we were referencing, I know that what we were referencing in that statement was essentially that the amount of money that would be required to be set aside to demobilize or to demolish the stations that are in place, that could be cost prohibitive for the project to support. And so we'll be working with Prairie Sky to identify ways that we can de-risk the city, and information on that will come back as part of the future land agreements.
Thank you. I'm
Thank
way
you.
over my time.
Thank you. We're going to the second round. Councillor Banga?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple more questions. I know didn't want to talk about this COVID situation. However, I am going to do that anyway. I know at this point in time there is this COVID stuff is not going to stick around forever. But at the same time, it is probably going to be affecting the way we work from home, from how we commute to work, and so on and so forth. I know the business case was presented to administration, and there were some, I guess, presumptions made. Are those presumptions still, I guess, true to the post-COVID numbers and situations?
Again, Councillor Banga, those answers are probably better suited for the proponent. And I'll answer the question kind of in the same way that I answered it for Councillor Nicol, and that's that, in terms of administration's focus, we've really been looking at ways that we can offset the city's risk and mitigate it through different surety tools or other mechanisms that we think would make sense if the project turns out to not be viable in the future. And so a couple, and I'll just run through them. I've referenced already the surety tools for demobilization and remediation and disassembly of the towers and the rope lines, and the further work that will happen for the stations. Within the framework, though, you'll also note that there is a further open books review that will be required as part of the next phase of the project and process. And so we will have a second crack at taking a look at the numbers. In terms of the other practical projections or protections that we see kind of in the three separate phases, pre-construction, the conditional nature of our lease is a protection. So ultimately, if the project doesn't go forward, then the lease would not move forward unless the conditions are met. In the early years of the gondola, there are, and I won't speak for the proponents, but I will suggest that from a practical perspective that the gondola equipment, the cabins and the towers would be saleable assets. And so, with the money that would need to be raised through investment or through financing, that there would be creditors or interests in ensuring that the continued operation or sale of that equipment would be something that would be looked at as a potential mechanism that may offset some of that risk. And then in the latter years, as we move out, there is a fair market value amount of rent that will be charged as part of what's been suggested here today. And as the years move out into the future, you'll be accumulating that net benefit as it moves ahead. So, if we use the 1.2 million figure that's referenced within the report, and I know Mr. Hanson Carlson wasn't comfortable referencing it earlier, but it is in the public report. 15 years in, you'll have roughly $18 million worth of rental revenue. So there is a little bit of a risk offset there that when we look at it from a practical perspective, that needs to be considered. So COVID, any of the ridership numbers taken into consideration, I'd rather not speculate on the performance of a business as it moves forward. I'd rather look at different ways that we can de-risk the city as the project moves ahead, if council deems that's an appropriate thing to do. With all of that said, as we come back with the land agreements, we will, and it references this in the report as well, there will be a comprehensive risk analysis that will be provided that will outline kind of where we've been able to address that risk and mitigate it appropriately, and also identify the areas where we think that there may be risk as the city moves ahead.
Okay, and my last question would be, the recommendation that Urban Planning Committee recommended to City Council that basically this agreement of framework between city and Prairie Sky be approved. My question to you is, if administration is recommending approval of this agreement, and then what is our I guess point to once the proponent did a whole bunch of work, and would it be possible for us to back out of there?
Councillor Banga, ultimately there will be a number of touch points that council will have control over as the project moves forward. And so this, again, is set out to be a roadmap for us to follow with the proponent. You will have future opportunities to either support the project or you know, if the project isn't something that is deemed to be appropriate at those times, have the option to vote against it then. So there are a few of those that have been referenced so far. One would be the land agreements, but also those regulatory touch points as well.
So Councillor Banka, your time's up. Are you happy to move the extension of orders to complete this item?
I would be happily moving that.
All right, and I can see everyone. Unless there's an objection, are we okay to continue? Perfect. Thank you. That is carried. Mayor Iveson on the first round.
Well, I have a bit of a dilemma, Madam Chair, because I actually have something scheduled at 3:30 here, so I'm going to have to go. I was just going to suggest that my sense is this is going to get debated and further questions will arise at council. So my suggestion was going to be requisition, but I don't want to get ahead of Councillor Paquette and Councillor Katarina, who are on the board, and I have to go. So that's my suggestion. Till somebody says the magic R word, perhaps after these other questions are asked, I can't do that unilaterally. So anyway, that's unfortunately, I've got to jump on a different call on a regional matter right now.
So can I just ask a question? We have councillors wanting to ask questions. We would still have an opportunity to ask questions of administration at council if it went up. So I'm happy.
It may be helpful to get some of them out of the way here, though our track record of asking the same questions twice is not great, but that's just an editorial comment. I'll leave it in your capable hands.
Okay, thank you. So we will finish rounds of questions and then we'll consider requisition. Councillor Paquette, burning questions.
Yeah, thank you. I just for administration,
my apology,
just really,
I have to go to Councillor Katarina first. He's on the committee. My apologies.
Thank you for that, and not to preempt this, but I think the mayor is right that we'll have exactly the same questions next week at council. So I'll move the requisitioning this to council at this point.
Okay, so the requisition word has happened. I was going to wait until after Councillor Paquette and Councillor Nicola had asked questions, but I will hold off until we hear from them, and at that point I will probably agree with Councillor Katarina if I can give a hint that way.
A requisition is non-debatable.
It hasn't been requisitioned yet. I haven't.
Didn't the mayor and Tony just do that?
No, they both. Tony did, but there's no seconder yet.
I don't have a seconder on the floor yet.
Well, I will hold off the second so that you and Councillor Paquette can ask your questions.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you.
So, Councillor Paquette, pressing questions.
By the skin of my teeth. So this actually might be helpful for when we get to council. And that is, I'm hoping the administration is doing some sort of scan of gondolas globally to see what the operations look like. Are they private operations? Are they public operations? Are they a mixed bag? Are there any that are purely private with no public participation whatsoever? And where are they and why are they? I would assume that just in the process of due diligence that information would come before us. So is there work like that being done?
Councillor, there has been some discussion that has occurred with a few different municipalities, both with operating projects that exist as well as municipalities that had considered them previously and had chosen not to move forward. So I think that we would be able to give you at least, again, high level anecdotal information when we return on those. It's not exhaustive to any extent, and I think that you've captured it quite well in your question in the sense that there are various and varying operating models that exist. Some are fully private, some are public, and some are some variation of both of those things. The thing that makes our project, I think, a little more unique than some of the others is that we also have a large component of city-owned land that is a consideration within this as well, and so that just adds a layer of complexity in terms of the city's role and on top of that of being a regulator.
Right, but just in the interest of helping councillors do the job for the public, we should probably have that information. It seems like it's extremely pertinent to this conversation, wouldn't you say?
I think that some of the context of the different operations that exist are items that we can layer into maybe a presentation to council next week, definitely.
Yeah, I think that would be extremely helpful. My other question was about certified B corporations. What is the expectation for transparency on that, and when does that kick in? Because we've heard a lot about we can't reveal this, we don't want to talk about that, but the whole idea is to be accountable to the public. So when does that actually, what are the parameters and when does that kick in? If you don't have an answer today, hopefully we get one for next week.
Okay, Councillor Paquette, that is one that I will have to loop back on. I have Ms. McCullough on the line as well. She may be able to provide some context.
Hi there. So with B Corp, there's a high level or very high level standard that must be met by the organizations at which to apply. There's an application process and then high levels and expectations of transparency associated with that. We can come back with a more comprehensive response to your question, but some companies in the world that have this level of status are companies like Patagonia, and I believe actually one of our local businesses, Poppy Barley, also has it. So there are high expectations associated with companies that receive this designation and ongoing expectations associated with it.
Right, okay. I'm just, I understand that, maybe there are some things that don't want to be revealed, but I mean, we're talking about, public transparency on public issues. So hopefully we get that clarified by next week. And the next issue here, and I'll leave it at this, I just want to make a quick statement that when we're talking about Indigenous consultation, I can tell you that the impression I'm getting is that it's something to overcome rather than something to build broad and meaningful relationships about. And so I can tell you that a lot of Indigenous people are going to feel railroaded if this is just sort of a very one-sided conversation. I heard Thelma Shalif, whose name mentioned earlier. She's a relation of mine, and she actually encouraged me to get involved in public service. So I would be remiss if I didn't mention this, that there are a number of voices that need to be heard, and it's not just something to get around. So I would just put that caution out there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol.
Thank you, committee, and thanks for extending orders to get this done. Okay, so so I have no ticket price. I have no input ridership number. We have hours of operation. Does administration know what the projected hours of operation are going to be?
Again, Councillor Nicol, I think that those questions are probably better stated or asked of the proponents.
Okay, now I'm going to be blunt. The reason I'm asking administration these questions is because they're the basic fundamentals that as an administration, as a public body, These are the numbers you have to understand, and we have to understand whether or not this project is viable. So I'm trying to get you out of trouble, not into trouble here, with regards to just trying to understand, because it is, I've had one constituent call me, for example, and I'll quote it, it's a private deal over public land that demands high public scrutiny, right? And so just the basic numbers, if administration doesn't have the basic numbers to report publicly, do you not feel you're going to get in a bit of a trap here? When council, a guy like me on council keeps asking that question.
So, Councillor Nicol, I always appreciate you trying to keep me out of trouble. In terms of the actual financial numbers that support the business case, ultimately the document that was shared with administration is full of commercially sensitive material, and so as administration, it isn't something that we've been given the ability to publicly disclose. I absolutely hear your concern around the numbers that have been presented, and as administration, in my responses previously, where we've been focusing isn't so much in getting into Prairie Sky Gondola's business, but rather ways that we can de-risk the city if the project is something that council deems.
And I'm going to be frank with you, in defense of the administration, I think there's an onus on Prairie Sky for that public transparency, for those numbers, to be held accountable to those numbers, whatever they may be, up or down. Because I have seen since the beginning of this project, the numbers change from February 3rd, 2020 to today. And so uncertainty is not in anyone's best interest. And so when we get to, for example, who's going to pay for the traffic impact assessments with regards to the transit assessment? Is that the city? Will that be Prairie Sky Gondola?
Councillor Nicol, that's proposed to be Prairie Sky Gondola.
Okay, do you know what that's going to cost?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, Councillor Nicol.
It's tough. It's tough for me to not work off the numbers, and I think you're hearing that from one or two other folks as well. But that's just on the business side. And so I'll just end my comments with a few comments, Madam Chair. It is very difficult to put in proper asks for surety, indemnification, and so on, if you don't have all the numbers in front of you. And Ms. Kowalchuk did tie into this somewhat on the environmental side. But there's all sorts of indirect subsidies that the city will be going through. I have no doubt on this project, this private investment. And again, I'll go back and I'll say to Prairie Sky Gondola, you should tell us what the ticket price is. You should tell us what your hours of operation are. You should be telling the public right now, very clearly, how many people you expect to come off our buses to ride your gondola. I think these are very fair and open questions. And then people can ask the reasonable ask, which is it to be believed? Yes or no? Now, I know lots of people on this council and administration know that I am extremely skeptical. Extremely skeptical.
Councillor Nicol, are you asking questions left of administration?
No, I'm just, like I said in my opening comments, to close, Madam Chair, and I'd appreciate it if you would not interrupt me when I'm closing my comments, because I'm not asking any future questions. So to finish with this, I think Prairie Sky Gondola has an opportunity here to put those questions, to answer those questions as fundamental basics. And then we can all judge for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Well, just for clarity, I don't think any of us are speaking to this because there's no motion on the table. But knowing that will happen at council, I'm prepared to support Councillor Katarina's requisition.
Thank you. It is requisition now to council. There's no debate. I will look for notices of motion. Seeing none.